Yo, how are you guys? It's been a whole weekend. How do you do, big boy? It's better? Heck yeah, man. Wait, why is it better? ASMR time? Question mark? No, it shouldn't be. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it. Yeah, this kind of sound like a heater, dude. Hold up. All right. All right. Banger. Does it get you all hot and bothered when you hear this song? Hold on. No? Maybe? Possibly? All right. We're coming at you with the Soul 23.5. More bangers incoming. But before we begin, this is your time to whip your dongers out and salute. Wait, that's weird. Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are at. I hope you have a fantastic day. I am blue. Why am I blue? Because Dabba D? Dabba Die? You know what? I did have a problem with my my stuff. I know exactly what it is. Hold on. I'm gonna add some color to my life. Yeah. This song is gonna wake me up. It's gonna turn me to. It's gonna bring life to my color line. Wait, my color line? Hold on, let it marinate for a little bit. I need that sucker to cook me up a little bit. Hold up. I'm not here. I'm not feeling it yet. Wait, give it a second. Still not there. Hold on. Let it cook. Okay. All right, we should be better now. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are at. My PC had crashed on me the other day. I think it messed with my Logitech right there for a second there, so we should be okay now, though. Are we okay? Hold on. Hit it! Hit it! Hit it! Hit it! Let's go! Yeah, I'm feeling a really, really good day. It's too early to be. All right, it's too early to be this spicy. Hold on. Hello. There you go. There you guys go. There you go. It's good to see you guys. How to make sure, yeah, we're alive and well with many stories to tell. You know how it is. What the fuck is this? Hold up. Hey, hold up. Yeah, how are you guys? Can I tell Krypto you were sitting on him? Huh? What you mean by that? All right, let's talk. How was your weekends? How are you guys? I'm assuming life is good. Some of you guys got to spend some time with me this weekend, it's very appreciated. I have been a degenerate playing a bunch of miscellaneous games besides Raid. I've been keeping up with Raid too, don't get me wrong, but I've also been like pretty occupied with other stuff too as well. I got back into TFT for a little bit. I got into some more Arc Raiders, which has been a blast, ironically enough. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We're going to get somebody today. Who's this? Agent Fire. 258, huh? Okay. Okay. I don't know if I know anybody in this one. Nope. Can't say I do. I still got more farming to do. My drop 5 to 10k gens worth into energy, into 3x curse and 3x lizard for spider. Curse has its uses, but it's not also the like. I would argue that it's not like a higher priority compared to like the savage and speed farm that you did. It has its uses. Don't get me wrong. It does have its uses. It's hard to say if whether or not I would recommend that like a player at where you're at is invested into that, to be honest with you. I want to say yes and no at the same time, which is kind of weird. It has its value. It has its value, but it's not as... It's very niche. Might be the key word. It's very niche value, and I think that's something that you have to be aware of, right? I don't know if that's something you could agree with me on, but... Alright, this will give me some time to talk to you guys. Cheating on Raid? Not necessarily. Just been enjoying other games as well. You know, I'm a gamer at the end of the day. That's why you're not farming hardfire. I think 2,000 to 3,000 is pretty generous, to be honest with you. I only need to have one good set for my Chris so he can place Hex Hydra. Oh, okay. That one's a little bit demanding too. If you can do the stats well enough, get like a resistance and accuracy and a tanky build with high speed, can be pretty taxing depending on where you're at. Well. All right, more power to you. Yeah, you do what you gotta do. Hey, you have a plan, bro. Hey, there's a method behind the madness. I'll shut up, you know what I mean? Go off as you were, King. Yeah, what's up, Guardy? How you doing? Who you guys match up with in y'all CBC, y'all Siege? Sorry, I'm catching up on I'm catching up on some comms here. Yeah, I'm catching out. I'm checking in with the boys over here just to make sure everything's okay before we get too far into the sauce. Looks like we're pretty good. Sub China, Japan Cloud, really? Okay. We'll only put up like 1 kg is the dice goal, the other 2k for Spider, need more accessories. I would slow down the tempo a little bit, Lupo. Don't just farm unnecessarily. And there's a reason why. I don't know if they're gonna do it or not, but tinfoil hat theory, okay? Just to go out there, just to give you like a little bit of sauce, all right? What's to say that normally at the beginning of the year, so within the next month, I would say, they do an event that is like campaign oriented. You know how like we had, how do you say it? I don't know how many you were here for since you came back, but the Chaos Awakes, the TMNT, those are all different campaigns that are really focused on a group of champions and whatever's associated to them, right? Normally, at the beginning of the year, they do a brand new login champion that's also attached to a campaign that includes a fusion, etc., right? Along with that, they normally release an event dungeon related to either a new set or a previous set, like Pinpoint or something of the likeness, right? That would be when I would say you would farm a little bit more, so you can get not only accessories, but accessories with bonus substats. My recommendation is just to slow the tempo down just a little bit. You farm, obviously, but like just slow the tempo down just to give yourself time to see if there's any new information that comes in. It's kind of hard to say because like right now the comms have been primarily focused around like the new mode that's coming out, but you always got to keep your eyes peeled for what's coming up ahead, and I think that might be something to keep in mind, you know? I have no substance. I have no proof or anything to go off of. I'm just saying that could be a possibility, okay? So just be aware of that. Yo, 6 not bad, huh? You got 5 stars Title today. What do you recommend, Heavencast or Crushing Ren? I'm not entirely sure, but if... I want to say Heavencast for sure is a safe answer, but Crushing Ren, and when you decapitate a head, is the decapitation considered a new entity? If it is, then you're okay with going Crushing Ren at that point. But I will say that Crushing Ren at 5-star does not benefit you as much as a 6-star does, because it's only the first 2 hits, right? So, like, if you're thinking for Chimera as well, I would go Heavencast until you get 6-star, and then you go Crushing. I think Heavencast is probably a safe answer, to be honest. But if you're focused on Hydra, then I think maybe Crushing Ren could be okay. But if you want my answer, I'd just say Heavencast for right now, just to keep it safe. And then when you get 6-star, you can switch over. New promo code AMG25. Is that real? Yo, what's up, Crafty? Let's see. Let's test it. Look at that, my man. Yo, thank you, Crafty. Oh, he pinned it himself too. Let's go. Yo, W Mod. Thank you, sir. Yoink. For me, priority besides the special sets you get from Hydra and Doom Tower, Speed and Savage. Yeah. I'm just throwing out there what I've seen in history. I'm letting history be my answer for this one. That, like, for the last 2 years, they've done something of a similar approach. Even with new content coming out, they still do that, right? So, like, for example, Chimera came out last year, roughly around the same time that we're expecting Grim Forest to hit, which is basically soon, very soon. Ute, papa, ute. So, like the timing kind of seems pretty succinct. They got a big update coming up, and then the following month, which is basically going to be in January, we should see campaign mode come on. Some kind of campaign mode is getting alluded to when we get there. May not be exactly in the beginning of the year, but maybe like later on towards the end of the month of January. But you should see that. So, to give you like a little bit of perspective, I have energy that I'm sitting on. You know, like that's 25K, and then I got 17K here, 17K here, and then a bunch of bottles, right? I got time. 89 days roughly equates to about like 3 months, right? By then, I should have an answer as to whether or not I need to dump it or if I need to do something on it. Even the 63-day one, I have an idea of where I'm going with that. So, like, I'm sitting on that. I'm sitting on that with the intent to, like, let the events hit me that I find lucrative for myself, and then we go involved, you know? I think that, like, you use casual energy. You don't like gems right now, and like things that you could stockpile are a great thing to start stockpiling until we hear word of what's coming up new. In the meantime, yeah, you use a little bit of sparing energy that you have. Regenerative energy is what I call it, and you let that flow with whatever your needs are at the time. Normally, what I do, and this is a part of like my whole like min-maxing and whatnot. If you're gonna save for stuff, obviously fusions are very important. I'm gonna do my dailies while we rock out, okay? Fusions are very important. Christmas is normally a decent, not crazy, but decent fusion. So, like, depending on what comes out from that, could be of big value for you. That'll be worth where you take your storage energy and stuff and you put it to use. And they sometimes put events along with it, like farm fever drops and stuff like that too. And then, yeah, you kind of take your time. You kind of take your time, like, easing into events and whatnot is the way I do it. I would slowly transition. I just wouldn't just, like, burst farm. Unless you're going to spin like that. And that's the only exception to that rule that I would ever, like, super justify. Is, like, if you're going to be excessively buying energy, then yeah, you have all the rights to do whatever you want, but you have a understanding of your replenishing limits, if you know what I mean. With that being said, I'm not one of those people, so like I have to be very conscious of my consumption rate, So for me, my word to the wise is, all right, take your time, tempo it, which is basically all about finding a little bit of balance. Maybe you do a little bit during a specific farm event, but like at the same time too, you also go free to play mode whenever it comes to like the non-farming stuff. So like for me, for example, I normally wouldn't do this, but I fell asleep last night trying to reset my schedule. I would normally just like let regenerative energy flow overnight, and I would just let my resources, like if I get up to 40, let it farm a spider run, and then just let it do that naturally when it's a regen on RSL Helper, right? But then, yeah, but then I'm not dumping energy into it, you know what I mean? I think you get the point I'm trying to make. You get the point I'm trying to make. You don't need me to go any further. Great Forest tomorrow. I think it's going to hit very, very soon. Yeah, it's going to hit very, very soon. I think it's going to happen this week, if I had to take a guess. I'm not sure entirely. I'm likely going to have to skip next fusion. My shark count really low depending on how nice Clan Boss treats me. Yeah, normally I don't farm through hard 3x Savage speed. Last week was the exception. But Adriador Black Friday deals were really good. Yeah, I mean, and for where your count is at, I mean, to be honest with you, even I could probably... I didn't, but even I had an argument for myself. Like, I can always farm for more gear. It's never a bad thing per se, right? So, like... Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't look at that like as a negative. That's helping your account be more effective at like doing what it needs to do. I don't think I have like I mean, there are some pieces that I would equate to like almost being perfect, but even then, like I can't replicate that consistently across like 7 to 8, 10 different builds, which eventually you're going to get to. As your champion pool expands, so will your need for duplicate good pieces come up too, especially if you want to maintain some form of competitiveness. So farming is always a necessity, especially as your champion pool expands. So too should your efficiency at being able to farm multiple pieces become. I don't think that's a bad nod. I think that's a fair statement. I got into Soul Cross already. I don't want to commit too much time to Sin City today. I want to do a lot of Hydra today. Get that out of the way, and then if I need to jump into some siege modes, I can. Yeah, it should work. Farming is a massive grind in the game. At the same time, you got to grind the gear to progress further in this game. Yeah, that's true. This is true. I mean, it's even more than that too. To be honest with you, like there's getting gear is one thing. Getting good gear is another thing, right? So like, you'll notice as you farm more and more, you'll plateau a bit. And that's par for the course. But at the same time, too, like, every now and then you'll get that one banger breakthrough that changes your account. Speed pieces are a great indicator to see that a lot of times, What's worth farming? I guess I could go for the... I'm going to board wipe anyway, so you might as well go ahead and... I'll just start from the left side and work my way up, huh? How about that? Don't want to overthink it. Also, about the gym pack that had 4,000 gems because finally got the deal, so I got to save on the gems on any day. Yeah, that's not a bad way to look at it. The whole point is just to take into mind what I said. It's not a mandatory thing to do. I mean, obviously it's your account to do what you want with, but it is a suggestion to kind of help you get perspective. In my experience, I benefited from being a little bit more patient. And I think that's helped me out tremendously. God damn, nice. Oh my god, where's my 6 stars? Brother. I'm gonna keep anything. Go for it. No idea why I'm so excited for the new armor set. Could be pretty stinky. I would say expect it to be kind of busted. It's going to be annoyingly busted. There's concerns about balance is how annoying it is right now for people. Just to give you perspective. Yeah, there's a big concern about balance. I wouldn't say unwarranted. I think it makes sense overall. But at the same time, too, I also think that some people panic a little too early because I don't know. Just gotta expect your tempo to be adjusting. You know, it's always about adjustments. You always gotta be willing to adjust. If you can adjust, then the world will be okay. Oh my God, how am I out of space? About right. All right, I'm gonna need you to pack meal, sir, or ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Damn, that's a piece. Look at that. Sheesh. Can't wait for Grid Force. I think so too. We're gonna talk about it a little bit today if time permits. I wanna go over the boss kits a little bit and give you guys perspective. Should be fun. So is Grid City supposed to be easier than Sin City? I think it's a bit early to say, if you want honesty, but I don't necessarily think no. I mean, the mode isn't out yet. Everything is subjected to change, right? What you see in the test server is one way that it could happen. It's not necessarily the only way it's going to happen, you know? But it seems like initial... Actually, I heard that there was, like, possibly 3 different modes, too, as well. So, like, hard mode may not be the hardest mode, actually. Unironically enough. So, I don't know. I don't know. But I do feel like... Depending on what that looks like, we'll have a better answer. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Don't worry. Tomorrow you get extra 400 slots for each artifact and accessories. Yeah, I know. But, like, still. My negligence is being shown, to be honest with you, more so than anything. I have been neglecting a gear cleansing because I've been a degenerate in other games. To be honest. I'm being honest. This one's my fault more so than anything. For sure. For sure. Should you trash 5-star rare and epic gear if you can farm it? I would say you should associate it based off of what your baseline is. If your baseline only has that, then you want to equal that or better, right? Eventually the goal would be to not need that much, though, down the road. So I do think there is some necessity. That's fine. Actually, you're the goat here. Sure. Yeah, so I can't necessarily say yes or no. I do think that it's more important for you to just understand your baseline and then just try to build on top of that, not below that. Oh, no shit. Just gotta hit it again too, isn't he? That should be the last proc. I'm going to get him out of here. Roll that one. Roll that one too. These are hard to come by. I'm gonna roll that too, actually. 3-star. That's not bad. It's getting there. It's getting there. This song ain't doing it for me. Yeah, I don't know where you're at for gear, so like I feel like asking me gear questions is kind of a bit. It's hard to just straight up say, yeah, you should get rid of it. The goal should be to get to a point where your standard is high enough to a point where you don't need 5-star, obviously. But you got to get there, obviously. That's always going to be a thing. You got to get there, right? So if you're not there, it's okay. All right. I got my ass out of the bed and cleared 4 factions to 60 days. Last 2 days, that death dealer is about to get introduced to every single faction. Damn, that's expensive, brother. That sounds expensive, brother. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, though, right? He probably can solo it. Yeah, moving mythical relics is expensive, brother. You should buy that. You should buy that. Okay. Guapísimo, ándale. Yo. Gracias, mi amigo. How you doing, Amatsu? Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Not bad though. I mean, shit. I mean, if it gets you through it, I'm assuming it's stage 17 that you're doing the move arounds for. I mean, it works. It does work. Like more power to you, but like, damn, it's expensive for the Starstone. Unless you got it like that, then go off, King. Damn, this has like no freaking no damage dealers, huh? That's kind of tough. We'll let you cook. I don't craft anything from my mythic mats anyway, so I got no relics to waste those Starstones anyways. Yeah, but like, is your stuff maxed already? Is this like the dev dealer maxed, for example? Because it's not as important now compared to other relics. Do 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 do. Mink. 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 I probably don't need it. I could just let it roll naturally, right? Fair enough. I use it for Doors 20 today. Herndig is my new favorite of the day. He's not bad. He's not a bad chap. He's not a bad chap. That's fair. I was spoiled with Art Norn for my my main damage dealer for Doors, so that was a little happy quinkydink, you know. You don't think it needs to be max? That's fair. I guess you don't have to worry about the weak hits. So that's really all that matters, right? That's why I thought stage 17 was like your cup of tea. All right, Curse City done. Doom Tower. I'm done with all the normal stages and stuff too, right? So it's just a matter of farm the best stage. Yeah, that's where we are now. So farm the best stage. I gotta do my second CP key after this too. Yep. Okay. Got it, Norm, but he ain't near Herney. He one-shot the last for way first hit. That's how it's done. Yeah, we're gonna agree to disagree on that one. My Arnor cooked. My Arnor cooks. Let's see. No extra keys for Dew Tower today. Feels bad. I'm still saving my lethal graphs. Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I'm at 142. I think 150 is like the reasonable number to expect, right? And we still got like what? How many more days? Oh, we got 2 more resets, right? So yeah, I'll probably be around like the 150s if it's not too heavy loaded on the epic side. But I haven't crafted at all, just so you guys are aware. Like, period. You know, I could finish this off. Might as well get some free resources, right? Oh, yeah, I want to see a cool piece that I leveled up recently. Who was it for? Undead, I think it is. check this out. I don't know how I feel about it because the primary stats not all that great. I don't like the attack part about it. That's the only thing I don't like. But like 5-4, a big 5-4 for the resistance. That's a lot, huh? It was cool to see a quad. So when I flipped it, it was that's what I flipped to, and I was like, man, maybe, maybe. This has probably been my biggest detriment, though, is that like I've been sitting on like I need silver to work with, and I just don't have it, to be honest with you. I'm trying to slowly process my gear, but like I'm getting more stuff faster than I can get rid of it, you know. and honestly, it's just a matter of I haven't dumped into a big farm session to kind of recoup a little bit. So that's probably the biggest thing. But I mean, there's other stuff. Like right now, I really want to farm the Gear Essential Tournament, see if I get like lucky with the Prism. And even if I don't, I mean, Soulstone, and we like this too as well. It's pretty nice. This Dr. Dog guy's farming his ass off though. Sheesh. I may just let this rip into it today, to be honest with you. I want to get rid of this energy. All right, one more. That's where that puts us at. Yeah, 143. I'm thinking 150 before. I think 150 crafting attempts every month is about roughly what I'm expecting as an average. 3-star Annie versus a 6-star Hernie. Then it's what it is. Wait, why are we talking about Arnie? Oh, you're talking about your Arnorn, okay. Imagine if it was 6-7 instead of 5-4. All right. That's a perfect piece for a DPS Gladly when you get him. You shut up. It's undead. It's an undead amulet, you bozo. They're free to play Yoink to Wixwell from the free Prism. Let's go. That's good, ain't it? I wouldn't mind Predator. I think he's actually a little underrated compared to what people think about his damage. I think he actually is. He's a solid nuker. If you can build him well enough, this guy's nasty. I've gone against him enough in live arena now. He's good. He's a good champ. The Veil part's a little tricky, but he's a good champ. You're stoked, but would have loved Predator on the free to play since you can't get him any other way. Yeah, well, you could buy him. If you get lucky. Well, I guess you say free to play, you're not going to spend on that account, right? Yeah, my bad. All right, so that's that. I'm going to do those keys later on. I'm going to knock out all of them. I only did the free to play one. I'll do the other two big boy ones after this. We need a new ore that lets us roll faction on accessories. Ooh, that's a dangerous game to play. Oh my god, dude! Like, let me tell you something. You want to know one banner set or one faction that I have really good luck with banners on? Lizards. You give me the opportunity to move Lizard faction war banners to other factions, you're in fucking trouble. And I don't say that lightly. I understand the implications of what I'm saying. Y'all don't want that kind of heat. That kind of heat's dangerous. Now, imagine if I could do it. Imagine what other people could do. And that's where it's like, I think I'm okay. You know what I mean? You know what? I'm all right. Yeah, what's up, Pervy? How you doing, man? The stony skin. Oh. Oh. You know what? Oh. Oh. Well, I could have wait for the A2, I guess. Oops. We doing Wu Chain tonight? I don't know if time will allow for me to have it, to be honest with you. I don't know about that. You know, I'm just probably going to brute force it. Fuck it. Instead of stripping, just go through it. Can't go around it, can't go under it. Fucking go through it, dude. Yeah, I don't know if time will permit for me, to be honest with you. You already proved balance of the game ain't your game. Why are you targeting at me, bro? You act like I'm a developer over here. What the fuck? We finished Wu Chang, though? Oh, yeah, we kind of did, actually. Yeah, we finished Wu-Chang already. Good point. I got the bad ending, though. Fuck. Oh, you said bring it on, player. Okay, so that's one sentence. My bad. Wu-Chang is finished? Yeah, I forgot about that. Damn. Wu-Chang was a fun game, man. I can't complain. I think that was a fun game. It was a W recommendation. Yeah, I forgot about that. Wu-Chang is done, technically. Wow. To be honest with you, if anything, I probably might play some more Arc Raiders. I kind of feel bad. I've been kind of not playing that as much, to be honest. I don't know why, but I've gotten like a weird itch for TFT2, which has also been kind of bad. I've been scratching that itch a little bit more. No troll. I'm ready for the next Black Myth game. You talking about what do they call it? I saw the preview for it. Jean Kui. Yeah, Jean Kui. I'm excited for it. Yeah, Jean Kui. I seen the trailer for it already. I mean, if they make it as good as they did with Black Myth Wukong, I'm all for it. Black Myth Wukong is up there. In my like, to be honest with you, this is gonna sound mad weird, but like, I like Black Myth Wukong over all the Dark Souls games. I feel like that game is like the perfect balance of fluidity and like technicality at the same time, you know what I mean? It's like a healthy balance of like, you gotta make sure you're not getting slapped a lot, but you can also do some dope shit. TFT's been goated. I won a first again. Let's go. That's right. You have been playing it with us too, huh? I was in a 2v1 while Lightning was just looting, shaking my fucking head. Ain't no way. Can you blame a gooper for gooping? Nah, nothing beats the Stella Montes run that we did. We had like basically it was like a four-way, three versus three. Yeah, four-way trios, and we killed like three teams almost. And then we lost like the fourth one. We got fourth partied. But when I say we were dominating, bro, oh my God, I was cooking. The one with the guy and the tiger looks awesome. And as Lupo said, oh, Ghost of Yotai. Okay. I don't know how much Ghost of Yotai costs, so to be honest with you, most of the games I'm playing is because of other people's generosity. I'm not even gonna flex. I'm like, it's not a flex rate like that. It's just, yo, just keeping it a buck, okay? No malice when I say this, but playing kind of dicked me down with the primals and the soul stones. I went a little extra harder than usual, so I came up with some W's, I think, overall. But like I'm on the cooldown for a little bit. And to be honest with you, I hate to say it because like raid's such a big focus for me. I probably am going to still keep investing into raid a little bit more. Like in particular, one thing I want to get my hands on is still Gala. If I get my hands on Gala, I'd be very happy. I think I would be willing to go free to play for a little bit, to be honest with you. But I think for now, I'm going to keep doing it. Like going against them people in live arena right now, literally, I hate to say it this way, but Gala has actually been the bane of my existence. I have lost so many fights that I feel like are super winnable just because at the top end, everybody knows your champion pool and whatnot, and it's getting harder because some of my hard carry champions are just getting taken away from me, and it fucking sucks. It's not their fault because they're just using the knowledge they have, and it's not my fault because I'm working with what I got. I blame Plarium. Plarium has been costing me. It's been costing me. I want the sauce, dude. Yo, resisted. So, needless to say, I'm in this weird predicament where I need to get my hands on the Gala, just to kind of toss the tides a little bit more. And you know, I gotta give credit where credit is. Those boys built up their Galas pretty well too, man. Annoyingly so. Gala's a myth. That's how I feel too, bro. I'm for it. Just unlucky. That's all it is. I shouldn't have done that. Well, I guess I could have. Might as well use it. Ghost of Yotai is also a PS5 exclusive. I don't know if they plan on releasing on Steam down the line. They probably will. But even more of a reason why I can't play because I don't have a PS5. Gala Yap, yeah, you're right. You're right. I'll stop. I shall stop. Gala is overrated. Well, brother, when you go against it as much as I have, you will think otherwise. But that's only because you know what my biggest problematic ones are like the ones that like they take the Theodosa away from me and then they pick Gala and I'm like, brother, I gotta pick between two demonic fucking picks. That's not to mention anything else they pick in between. That's when it gets really fucking annoying. That's when you're like, God damn it. What's up, Death Storm? How you doing, man? We all know you'll get a Gala when you get another +4 Gizmac. I'm gonna start ignoring you, Lupo. I don't need that negativity in my life. Bitch. Of course he's got two. Of course you resist. I'm for it. Fuck it. Well, you're exposed. Mess around with anymore with Joanne or still waiting on a soul? I'm still waiting on a soul. Yeah. For mythicals, it's very, very hard to incorporate them at the level that I'm at right now without a lot of compromises at the moment. And I'm not willing to really give her like the biggest bang for the buck for gear until I know for sure she's worth it. And I feel like if I do use her right now, I'm going to be disappointed in her. Which is not fair to her, you know what I mean? I think she's actually going to be a good champion. Just one of those ones until I get to get a couple of blessings on her. I don't think it's worth. Unlucky. A lot of your PlayStation games are available on Steam now. I have Joanne Soul. Really? I think Ghost of Yotai is fairly new though, so I don't think that one's going to be available right now. I mean, you can look on Steam if you want. I'm pretty sure it's not. They don't release that until the exclusivity period ends on those type of things, but yeah, Ghost of Tsushima's out there, but like Ghost of Yotai isn't. Yeah, it's not out on Steam. Which is okay. I'm not in the... I hate to say it this way, but I'm not in the market for a game right now, to be honest with you. I got too much shit to do right now. Well, not that I don't have time for it, but more so... I'm not in the market of it. I'm poor, all right? Leave me alone. I spent too much money in this fucking game right now, all right? Face of says that she can be annoying as fuck even unblessed. Yeah? What's up, Stab? How you doing, man? Nice is still the worst, LOL. Yeah, he can be pretty annoying. He's gotten a lot more easier to deal with, though, I feel like. They've gotten more champions out that can kind of deal with him being problematic. And even despite that, he's still annoyingly difficult, for sure. For sure. I play Ghost of Tsushima, so I'm okay with playing with Yotai on the PS5. Ghost of Tsushima was dope. That was a dope game. That one's up there for me as well in terms of like game styles that have like Dark Souls-ish theme, but their own little twist to it. And good story. The story was also dope too, in my opinion. Can't complain at all. Can't complain at all. Can I request a Bang Bang song? Sure, go for it. If it's a song I don't care for, though, just know that I reserve the right to skip it. So, good luck. Who is the best, most annoying champion in Live Arena you could pick? One, like, who would be the best to have? It's kind of hard to answer, no? Considering that, like, it depends on what you're going against. What are we talking about? Well, someone asked a question about who's the best, most annoying champion in Live Arena if you could pick one. I guess the champion you own. I don't know, bro. I feel like a solid pick across the board probably like Gala, Mariska. More so Gala, because Gala this is what I hate about Gala compared to like the other mythicals that exist in the same platitude that he does. Turn meter boosting, cleanser, healer, stripper, CC'er, reviver. He does a lot of shit. So I'd probably say Gala. Gala's probably like the most annoying motherfucker in the game right now. From like just an individualistic pick. Now, is he insurmountable? No. You can still beat him. It's just annoying. Ghost of Tsushima for the most part is easy, but some of the boss fights for the last two bosses in the main story were hard as fuck to do it. I played the game on like nightmare mode though, brother. Like the hardest mode you can do. Yeah. Yeah, I hated every second of it too. Well, I didn't hate. I actually to be honest, it's kind of a flex to say that like I could beat on the hardest difficulty because I slammed some of the bosses. Some of the bosses were just like, all right, I'm just him. Oh, we were talking about Ghost of Tsushima. One of the more fonder games I played that I enjoyed. That have like the similar Dark Soulish theme to it. Not exactly, but pretty close. Leo is annoying as fuck right now. Like Leonardo? No. I'm not really worried about Leos. Yeah, I'm not really worried about Leos. I think you're missing gear for it. You are. Sure. I'm gonna be moving gear around a little bit anyways. Personally, I think a solid turtle team can be pretty annoying. Okay, so like to be honest with you, I don't see that very often in LA. Classic, I mean, you do every now and then, but it's not the end of the world either. I think I have the tools to beat a turtle team pretty easily, unfortunately, which is why I'm less bothered by it. I'm a little worried Gizzy's going to be cheeks now with this new gear set. To be honest with you, if you want some transparency, he's kind of been going through some rough patches anyways because of the fact that Pharaoh already exists. Pharaoh plus like cleansers who are pretty fast, like Supersonic, Stars of Jingnan, like Galactus, for example, are really, really rampant in my opinion. So they're kind of difficult. Sorry, I'm over here farming. They're kind of very present depending on where you're at. And mind you, I've been playing in the top 10 live arena right now at the moment, so I'm dealing with meta, you know. So like, yeah, he's harder to incorporate. Not impossible, but harder to incorporate in those types of environments. I don't know if the placement of the debuff at the beginning of the battle will automatically get rid of it. Like, get rid of the Mercurial set. I need to see the Mercurial set in action, to be honest with you guys, and that's probably where I haven't digested any content for it just yet. I did watch Scratch's video on, like, the map overview for, hold on. For the map overview for the Grim Force, I did see that. I don't think he's done a video on the actual bosses and stuff yet, and that's what I was going to do today with you guys, is just kind of go over and see what we feel like is going to be valuable. I should probably convert this over into YouTube videos, but time. I don't know if time's on my side. But yeah, I would say, I don't know. Gizzy's not going to be completely irrelevant, but we'll have to see it in action. I played on the second hardest difficulty, but switched to Nightmare after the halfway point mark because I found it way too easy, and then got to the boss fight near the end, and fuck did I regret my decision. Yeah, it's a fun game. There's a demon fight that you have like close towards the end. That fight was fun. That was one of the more fonder ones, and obviously the notorious one where he basically almost counters everything you fucking do. At the very top of like this big building, I forgot the name of it. I forgot the name of it. It's been a while. I might have some clips of Ghost of Tsushima. It's been a good bit. And obviously the last boss was also fun too. So got to go for a classic, y'all. All right. Yeah, I've been chilling these last couple days. Like I said, I have been degenning on other games. Yesterday, I had a complete, what I call a media disconnect. I went to go get my hair cut, and I just stayed away from the internet for the day. Healthy. It's healthy sometimes, you know? A little small disconnect. I've not played DLC yet, and apparently it's way harder than a normal game, which is why people recommend playing after you beat that game, and it spoils Final Decision if it play early. I haven't played the DLC on that game, so I don't know. Oh. Okay, can you stop reducing his turn meter? Holy moly. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever go back to Ghost of Tsushima. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find a clip of some of the stuff we were talking about. There's one good one that's like fucking tough. Hold on. You're about to win it. You're about to win this. This one is it, okay? Fuck! I had to feed. God damn it! Good times. Good times. Good times. Reaction time was staying on that one, dude. I was in the middle of my pet talk, bro. They caught me at the wrong time, all right? I was monologuing. Two poisons, huh? Sheesh. Oh. Oh. Did I get poisoned right there? Oh no, that was bombs at the end. It looked like my gizbag was just blowing up out of nowhere. All right, let's see where we're at with dailies. I should be almost done. Have y'all noticed they've been dropping a lot of Soulstone event, like Soulstone related, like packs? Like I saw this morning when I first got up, and then they also had like a trio. Yeah, they had the trio one too as well. I'm actually curious. There is a Soulstone tournament. Why? There's not. You mean a Soul Chase? A Soul Chase. Oh, okay. And okay. Yeah, this is not worth participating in, to be honest with you. I should have done that. I'm actually tapped on LA today because I already done my refills. I am not 50. All right, so like 100 gems is not worth the 50 energy. Yeah, I'm good. I'm for it. Let's do a quick one real quick.
SoulSaint is the dankest.
Yo, Honeycomb, thank you for the sub, man. Welcome back to the Brotherhood. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to the cinema, man. We could do. Let's hold on. Un Mentos, per favor. I'm too busy talking shit to Big D right now, right? And fuck some of my clan. I said, you're either bald or you're Mia someone. I'm not going to say the name fully, but like... let's see. Skabashi couldn't do Clay Predator Soul for this tourney. Really? Yeah. Soul Chase is a scam. Yeah, this is not a good event to go in. I mean, the rewards aren't all that either, to be honest. Yeah, it's not all that. And it's what you get, not what you use either. So like you'd have to hit big and get like something decent pretty early on for this to be worth it. And even then I would argue like you'd probably be better off saving your soul stones for something later. This is where I'm at with mine. I got 126, 11 and 1. So I'm kind of on the chill bin right now. Like I said, I don't have a means of replenishing my stuff at the moment, so I'm kind of good for spending. Yeah. And if I am going to spend right now, I'm going to probably push towards Primals still for a little bit. There's a possibility we may get another 2x for Primals before the year's over with, so... Maybe I'll dabble a little bit, but to be honest with you, I'm kind of on the nope for a bit, you know? The raid is a scam? I mean, fair. Fair. You got a death dealer yesterday. Hype can't decide between Seek, Carnage, or Rotos. Ooh. Yeah, I want a death dealer. Scam a bit for something bigger, maybe? Yeah, maybe. It does feel a little misplaced, doesn't it? And 2x on any stone, definitely a save and skip event. Yeah, I think so too. Ready, one more. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say like exactly what they got coming up. Oh, Jesus. No 2x on 80 stone, definitely escape a save event. You excited for Good Force? I am, actually. I think I kind of already, since they started releasing content about it, I've been optimistic. I've been actually optimistic about it. I think it's a good time, too, as well, because I feel like the game has started to get a little stale at one point or another for myself. It started to become more monotonous. So, like, to see that kind of brings, like, a little bit newer, like, it's fresh approaching, and, like, you know what I mean? It's exciting. It's exciting. Yeah, it's exciting. I want to talk about the actual bosses themselves, though, and start preparing for them a little bit. See if there's anything of value that I can show you guys, and then there's anything that, like, you guys can incorporate, and we can hive-mind it a little bit, just for the funsies. Let me throw some gear on real quick. Hold on. Yeah, that one's just better. Dang, is it crazy that I don't like Armands is like an afterthought for me now? Yeah, remember when the Armands meta came out? Oh my lord. To be honest with you, I'm kind of happy we don't have to deal with Armands as much anymore. That is actually kind of a W for me. Not to be weird about it or whatever, but I do have to say that, like, not having to deal with Armands anymore in the meta currently is a nice, appreciated sentiment, I would argue. Yeah, what's up, Sneak? How you doing, man? Go speed, please. You piece of shit. Go speed, please. Ooh. Maybe. No, we're selling it. I need to be more stricter about my gear. Bling, 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 bling. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's my fifth? I forgot. Oh, it's Odin. He's built. Okay. And away we go. What's up, Rumino? Rest in piss, Armands. Yeah. I won't lie. We traded that up for another annoying motherfucker, which is, what is it, Alaz? Not Alaz, but, Fabian. Fabian's just as annoying, to be honest with you. And I think you guys would all agree with me there. I wonder if history will repeat itself for a third year in a row with the anniversary fusion. What do you mean? Like, them releasing busted ass champions going into anniversary mode? Is that what you mean? Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Time will tell, honestly. I'm gonna just wait out the CC. All right, we'll let it roll up. Fabian is worse than Amons. I would get behind that, sort of. I kind of feel like Fabian has been more of a problematic champion than whoa. Okay, so they're both equally annoying. So I feel like that might not be fair to say, but like I do think that they're both pretty fucking dangerous champions to let in the play if you're not careful with it, you know. I've been prio banning a lot of like control champions, like Fabian, for example, in high competitive. I definitely feel like whoever has the better control in the fight wins, basically, most of the time. Because, you know, we're all building up pretty decent we're all building up pretty decent champions, I feel like, so. I had the wrong person targeted. Ford. But, I mean, you got a point, Crossfade. I don't know, man. It's possible. It's possible they may do another release of something kind of busted like that, to be honest with you. But I'm also not bothered by it either, though. I kind of feel like low-key, if it's a good champion, we go for it, you know? We'll have it in the barrel, and then we'll do what we can with said information. Got a purple. Now, I can't show you guys every single piece that I got, but I will say that, like, some of my, what do you call it? My glyphs. I started using some of my yellow glyphs, and they actually rolled really fucking well. I can't show you the pieces. I can't show you the pieces, unfortunately, but they rolled really fucking well. I feel like the gold glyphs are kind of OP. Low-key. I need to go look at something real quick. Sorry, I'm asking a question real quick. I just need to take a look at some stuff. I'm guessing there's some crazy multi-hitter fusions for the Mercurial set. Maybe. Maybe. It's possible. It's very possible. Sorry, boys. I hate to be full screening you guys a lot, but... I think that's gonna pretty much do my dailies for the most part. I'm not doing another live refresh. It's not worth the jimmies. I gotta do my last set though. The dwarves. I think we can show dwarves. I don't really care about that too much. Omega low builds, you know. Fabian is worse than Armand's. I guess there'd be more crazy multi-hitters for the Mercurial meta. Leak? Yeah, check Twitter, check Twitter. Da-da-da. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ba 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 da. Bing 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 bing. That's fine. The Go Fiorad? Yeah, I like Fiorad. He's pretty good. Because of that one ability right there. I gotta hit him, I guess. I like to try to get rid of him or her first, but because she's under the freeze, it's harder to justify. Then again, I'm fast as fuck, boy. That's my goat. He's not even booked either. That's crazy. Yeah, I like him for Faction Wars too. He's very strong. Very, very strong. I think I can start slowing it down. I'm probably going to be able to whack him all these guys safely. Yeah, his control is like nasty. I'm gonna start saving some of the cooldowns now. I think we're safe enough to do it. Don't care about CC. That's already finito. I mean, it's a nice little QOL. There's like one Fire Night stage where like they didn't have you couldn't use like or you could use like the G-Nuts, but you could also technically use him too as well. So if you didn't have like multiple G-Nuts, then he could be like your replacement for one extra, you know? So it makes that like unbelievably easy. And like his freezes are he's technically a 4-hitter compared to like G-Nut's 3 hits in the A1, which is kind of nice. My god. We'll just do that. Imagine not having a handful of nuts. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I could have went for that too. I'm gonna go and just work it the way I normally do, though. Yeah, it's fine. That boy don't miss either. Good for him. You nasty. I'll give Faction War hard this, though. You learn much about champions you never used and get to test stuff out. That's for sure. It did give some relevance to some champions that you normally would otherwise not use. I would agree with that. Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I mean, at the same time, too, once you get done with, like, that clear, for example, does it give you any other desire to use them again? I think the answer would be no, right? Like, for me, Galka was a one-and-done champion. I've never used him again. I never plan to use him again if I have a choice in the matter, you know what I mean? Which is saying something, considering that I think he was very paramount for that one stage that I find very, very difficult to manage, you know what I mean? So it's almost like necessary to say that, like, yeah, he served his purpose, but at the same time, too, does he serve his purpose continuously? No. There's no benefit for me using him again because I don't plan on farming that other stage anymore. So it's kind of hard to, like, fully rationalize, I guess you could say. Ooh, good timing. Yeah, it's hard to say. But then again, it also gave me some value too. Like it really made me appreciate the options I did have, which I think was also kind of a healthy. It was a healthy experience too. Like being able to like now have like a great appreciation for higher end supports compared to like what did I cope with early in my experience when with this team alone was like Molly. She had her purpose. She did good, but nothing beats being able to go overly stupidly fast with Senna and being able to revive into an ally tag to keep your team going. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking great, you know? Having Fjorad for the extra control is fantastic compared to, like, Tormund. and like, I use them. Like, it's not a, like, no shade, no nothing. I mean, they serve their purpose, but, like, damn, I actually, like, you really do appreciate the fact that you don't have to deal with that shit anymore, you know what I mean? It's nice. It is nice. Like, this is dope. Being able to go this, like, stupidly fast is kind of increíble. Oh. Okay, don't kill my reviver now. God damn. I just kind of power tank through this. I'm being a little extra overcautious because I don't want to waste this much time having to deal with it. I kind of do feel like I need to find another champion that can give me some extra output. Someone that does like decreased defense or something like that, so I can kind of get more crankage out. But I love the utility that this team has. I just like infinitely buffing and speeding up and whatnot and extending them. And then Ragni's more of like a utility champion in the aspect that he can strip. Ooh! That he can strip. He can strip and he can also protect and do a bunch of other stuff. Nice. Very nice. Today's a good day. I'll take a purple speed. They're not completely useless to me. I can still benefit from them. All right. That is dailies. For the most part. Yeah, it's dailies for the most part. Let's knock out... Let's knock out, I want to get my energy used real quick, so I'm going to go and power farm. I need to do some Shoguns, actually, I think. Shoguns is fine. Yeah, let's do some Shoguns. God, I need space in my inventory, man. This is so bad. I need to pack meal some more, which is really hard to do. Time to equip more random champions. How many of you guys took a look at some of the info stuff on the new bosses? I want to kind of dive into that, to be honest with you guys. Ooh, I can give this to you. You can have that sexually. I wonder if I even need that nowadays. Better to play it safe. I don't want to throw away silver or energy. More energy. Do you farm faction hard on bosses? Yes, I do. I do that. Like what I just did right there. That was the last stage you could farm. I don't think anybody has any definitive proof about whether or not the drop rates are too much different on any of the prior stages or whatever. But just to play it safe, I just farm at the tippy top just so that I can make sure that I'm giving myself the best option. Because although we don't know the loot table, there's no way they're going to say that the very tippy top isn't worth farming. I'd be very surprised, at the very least. Where's my tree? Oh, there he is. Yeah, there's no way they'd say that, in my opinion. I'm cleansing right now. My space is finite. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. Fuck. That was a bad roll. Do 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 dum da dum. I believe that's it. Yeah, I believe that's it. Is that right? All right, let's try it. Let me see. Speaking of more energy, did you remove our gains from your playlist? No. I don't think it ever was a part of my playlist, to be honest with you. Wait till tomorrow, you get in 400 more energy spaces. Yeah, I know. I need to crack down on it anyways, though. Just because we're getting more space, it doesn't necessarily mean I need it. I still need a gear cleanse. My gear is just all over the place, to be honest. Well, not my gear, but like I have like pieces that are just I just need to see through and just like get rid of it if it's not worth it or not, you know. That's basically all there is to it. I just gotta get rid of it. Doesn't help that I want to dabble in other events and stuff though. Like honestly, I should probably farm Spider and just like get rid of a lot of unnecessary goop. Basically, I need to do inventory management, and I've been neglectful. There's no other way to do to. There's no other excuse, honestly. What's up, by the way, Caretaker? How you doing, man? 2-second farm. What the hell is Miss Annie doing all the damage? Yeah. Yeah, she cooking. Well, I mean, there's like, it's set up, right? I'm getting the 4-stack bonus from Feral and then Damoj. My little Miss Annie got like a 6-star blessing, so like that's what opened the door for this. And I got enough books. Excuse me. I got enough books to let her land her. Yeah, I got enough books to let her land her stuff too as well, which also helped too. Yeah. Also like good stats and whatnot too. Like, what do I have on her right now? I have a really, really weak version of a Scroll of the Unseen, which is probably not like the most idealistic for it. I just did it for the stat stick aspect behind it, and it's doing just fine. I think also throw with the recommendation of some of some of you guys here. I think it was what was it, Armand? Here, I'll show you the build. Not even finished, by the way, but she's 10k attack, 4k or 400% crit damage. I got like 12 more percent I can get there. Only a 3-star Scroll of the Unseen with 2 Dungeon Delvers. This is actually helpful. This is like the equivalent to like a boss slayer for this particular fight, since it's a boss and inside a dungeon. It's the exact same thing. And then Crushing Rend and then damage stats. That's basically it. Bolster on the Feral plus just existing, and then Shuzin and well, you can see the Shuzin bit too. So this is PvE stuff. She's just faster than the boss in 9-piece fair protection, and that's it. That's literally it. Would it work with Finance instead of Shu, you think? Yeah, yeah. But I think you may have to update your stuff a little bit differently, of course. But yeah, it's the same idea. How mandatory is the shield set for a Wixwell team? 100% mandatory. That's one of the big damage outlets you get. You got ability, you got relic, and then you got set bonus. You need those three if you want to put top end damage out. So yes, very mandatory. The damage is astronomically different without each of those. Like it's like cascading, because his A2 bounces off of all three of those iterations of shields. Gotta go find brother. Think you would need a crit damage tank or make Annie faster? I mean, you could do it a different way. An ally attack approach where you set up big nukers, and then have them priority position, like basically the ones that have like a decreased defense in their base. A1 Ninja could be one, for example. Just have him in higher in the priority position, and then ally attack, and it will set up for Annie by the time Annie gets to the point where she hits. That could be one way. You gotta also technically do her in Stone Skin. I know that like Amatsu did something like that, where it's basically a bunch of ally attackers, and she's in Stone Skin in a damage build, and she's able to cap it off there. I want to see something real quick. I want to see if I can do something real fast. Follow me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, you have to do it this way? Okay. Final money. Can Miss Annie be replaced with anyone else? Yeah, of course. There is... What are some options? There's epics you can use, literally. Was it Phoenix? I think he has like one of the strongest A1s in the game. Yeah? There's a lot of different ways you could do it, honestly. Damn, dude, we had like almost 2K energy and it's literally gone. Like literally gone. But I got 20 dust out of that, so that's actually not a bad haul. For literally 1 dust per 100 energy is fucking rough though, actually. That's so annoying, dog. That's actually annoying. Phoenix can hit? Yeah, he can hit like that. Like, actually. I'm not kidding. He actually can hit like that. Give me a second, boys. I might actually go in for an attack for Siege. I normally don't do it during while I'm streaming because I'd like to focus on that stuff whenever I'm fighting. But we'll see. I don't feel like this clan's gonna be able to beat us, unfortunately. For them, we got a pretty stacked up roster. Yeah, my boys are eating defensively right now. All right, boys, I see y'all. Sheesh. Yeah. We got some crazy defenses, man. Crazy defenses. I gotta focus anyways. I gotta prioritize. I gotta stick to my plan for today, because if I don't, I'm gonna lose out on some stuff. All right, if all dailies are done and I got nothing else to farm because I burned all my energy, I think we can go into Hydra mode. What do y'all say, huh? I gotta do my Tits key and I gotta do my Trunda key. I tried doing my Trunda key over the weekend, and I got to like 750 before like my Trunda got eaten, which was super unfortunate. I couldn't get to Mischief in time, and I got diffied. Diffied with the spliffies, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, let me gear up for it. Hydra mode. Yeah, so like if you got a +4 fully awakened Phoenix, I think it's possible. Obviously, like that, I know that's not easy to accomplish right off the bat, but I do think it is possible to do like a really good, really fast speed team. I forgot everything you need though. I think you need like a ninja and some other options, you know? I don't know. Yeah, I look handsome. Look at me, dude. Sure. Y'all see that? Y'all see the guapissimo? That's right. I'm self-glazing. Leave me alone. Okay, so that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Yep, that's 3. Gerptuck. 4. I do need to check Pharaoh. Pharaoh's going to be 5, but I have his preset ready. He's good. And then 6 is the Go. Where's she at? Fina Heina. There she is. God, I need to get her blessing, man. She needs a higher blessing. Kind of chalked right now. All right, let's get to it. Guapoyo. Team is now, my team is now 20 to 30 seconds anyways. I mean, it's still good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I wouldn't sweat it, personally. I just had the means to do it, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, we ball. And that's basically where it went, to be honest. Oh my god, I one-shot him. Oops. Yeah, don't sweat it. I don't sweat it. I wouldn't sweat it if I were you. I think if it works out, it works out. If not, it's cool. Alright, maybe we don't do the A3 from her. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of a squishy target for trying to bounce off of, though, so... Gotta be a little careful with that. Just do that instead. Yeah, it's better. Good W. We'll use you to bounce off. Really? Really, brother, really? We're starting off like that today, huh? Okay. I can do this, try to give us some time either. Yeah, we're gonna have to pound. We're gonna have to hit off of this, which is this is kind of a shit start, but that's all right. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yo, Caretaker with the 15 stream streak, by the way. I appreciate it, brother. We can go over there for some damage. I I don't like Thick Boy having the what do you call it? Force affinity makes us a little bit more challenging, but I think still manageable. Just got to be a little bit more conscious about how we use our stuff, you know? Dum 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 doo doo doo. It's 2. Then that means I need to do another one here, unfortunately. So I see when I get time to work on it, yeah, but I try, my man. Yo, I'm not complaining at all, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Like, actually. I actually can go ahead and do this now, I think, considering we're setting up for the big punch. He's about to go soon. So we might as well go ahead and do this. Yeah, and then we could pop off of this one if it takes a decent amount of damage. I'm low-key hoping that he goes one more time before she does, which I think he will. Because now we could just spread it. And then I can A2 off of this, and that's easy peasy. Let's go. Please. Another weak hit. Okay. It's like that today. Right, the hit off of this one, I think. Ow. Yeah, I was actually about... We got 10 turns left on this one, so we can kind of just chill here. This is one of the easy rotations. One more time. Honestly, we could A3 here. This actually isn't a bad time to do it. Because these two are fast, so they're going to get their turn pretty quickly. And that way we don't have to worry about these two getting too much excessive turns. Just working the damn quest for Arc Raiders has been rough, man. I can't find light bulbs to save my life. Ironically enough... I gotta hold off, hold on. Ironically enough, I actually probably have some for you. Maybe. Maybe. Ooh, don't kill him, right? Let's do it. Oh, you can't die here. Fuck. Come on, man. I'm gonna have to play this one a little differently then. That's annoying. I gotta slow this one down so I can get these guys out. Hey, I need help with my CB team. I'm early game player. What's up, Mahir? I do most of my takeovers via the takeover service, like Skittles put on YouTube side. But if you do exclamation takeover, that's how I get involved with people's accounts typically. That's a little unlucky, but that's okay. I can work with this. I can work with this actually. Yeah. So if you're interested in me getting active on your account, then that's how I'd recommend you take a piece Karuski, you know. Also, welcome to the stream. She's about to get it eaten, I feel like. I don't know if I can make it in time. I could try it this way. Where we do the extendos like this. Boom, boom. Gotta be careful with that, though. We're down to 3. Still not ready, so we're going to chill a little bit. Let's go back to this target here. Oh my god. That's okay. That's kind of not okay, but I think we're prepared for this though. Yeah. So I think she's gonna get eaten here, unfortunately. I should have probably like provoked or whatever, but that's all right. I don't think I'm fast enough, right? There's no way I'm fast enough. Yeah. Okay. I probably didn't need to do that either. We'll probably cycle. We'll cycle. Yeah, it's fine. So we can A3. Should do an A1 there. She's already been reset, so we don't need to do that again. However, go ahead and do an A3 here. I can do another extendo here. We gotta avoid hitting her though. It's A3. That's not good. But I think we got everything we need to cook here. So A2. A1. I gotta watch out for this guy. He's getting cooked a little bit. Let's go for an A1 here. We got it. Nice. Nothing for me to do here, so I'm actually gonna go ahead and cleanse him now. A2. Okay. It would have worked. Next best target for me to keep from going too far up is going to be between these two. Let's go for that one. Okay, no luck. Let's get a little bit more damage here if we can. She already has her buffs there, so I'm actually not. I'm going to save it for the next round. A3. And Trunda. 5 milli! Woohoo! Or 5 Billy, excuse me, not Millie. 5 Billy. Not bad, not bad. God, how do I deal with this one? Because this is kind of annoying, no? I think this is one of those rounds where we just prepare, right? I'm gonna let her A2. Yeah, that's how we do it. Okay. It's fine. No extendos because this game hates me. I don't know if this is enough. Not without extra passives and shit. I'd have to get them like super low in order for that to work, I think. I could try it, but I don't feel confident that I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna play it safe here. Just means I might not have his passive going into this, unfortunately. Can you log into my account and see if there's actually anything worth of you doing a full takeover on it? I'm still very early game. Yeah, that's why I have you fill out the form. I can see it that way. So my best advice would be to fill out the form and then let me know when you finish filling it out, because it asks for like screenshots and stuff like that too, if you can, and that way I would know. That's how I would recommend it. I kind of need to get my turn. Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and cleanse you. Why are you struggling? You have it filled out? Did you put screenshots in there? Oh. Oh. There we go. Yeah, my rest. Okay. All right. Yeah. Give me a little bit then. I'm not exactly sure what your schedule is, but if you give me a little bit, I can take a look and I can tell you a little bit more distinctively. I need to do an A3. Only 3. Energy as well as 50 mil silver. Take your time to rush. Okay. Yeah, you gotta give me a little bit. Give me a little bit and I got you. This is an easy one. Okay, maybe not. Okay, we're good. One extendo's fine. We'll just hit here for safety. That's Theodosa. Second form reader base. Reader second form A2. It's fine. Go over here so we can avoid doing too much damage. She's still on the veil, which is kind of nice. Low key. And we'll also have it up again going into the next round too as well. I actually don't mind her doing a decent bit of damage here against him, so we're going to take this opportunity to let him cook. Let her cook. Yeah, decent damage, decent damage. Damn, this actually might not be a safe play. I am decked out on the passive side. I just don't feel like he's tanky enough. Oh, I do too much damage now. Fuck. Okay. I don't know if I could salvage this in time. Yeah, it's the 2 reds, man. Yeah, I do too much damage now. I can't like salvage that unless it was the big head. Big head, maybe. That's a reset. I'm for it. I should have just went for the A2 and just shot my shot and see if maybe I had enough damage. While we got a minute, I can take a look. Hold on. I need to check in with Sasori. Predator, I saw you also submitted a coaching session. Are you here? The phone will be out. Mm-hmm. Unironically enough, you have 2 of the most busted champions in the game. That's wild. I'm gonna show you guys the screenshot I'm seeing. And in the second screenshot, that's all your epics, right? There's nothing else? You're missing some components if this is all your epics. But I could just tell you this right now. It probably wouldn't be worthwhile for me to get involved. But just look for like your traditional staple options to give you as much longevity as possible. Decrease attack. I'll give you a freebie. This champion right here is actually super strong at keeping you alive and giving extra mitigation. But use your reds. Use your reds and then that and you'll be all right. But yeah, I don't think you should pay for a takeover from me. Not that I don't mind the money, don't get me wrong. But I just feel like I wouldn't be able to get you to like the highest of stages that I would like to. I could build you a team. I could build you a team. But I think because considering you're so early game and you're... Yeah, I think for right now, just lean towards your reds and grab some champions that can give you some extra sustainability and just try to live through as long as you can while doing damage and you'll be fine. At least in the earlier stages. I just feel like I'd be doing you a disservice if I were to try to force you into like a takeover, you know what I mean? I can build you something, obviously, if you really want me to, but I feel like plug and playing some of those options alone will get you pretty far just to start off. Okay? Like I don't want to just take you guys for your money. That's not my intention, you know. But you do have some banger reds, by the way. You got one of the ones I want at least, and you see me using the other one you have. She's also pretty stinky, for sure, for sure. Predator. I don't know if you sent me a DM on Discord or not. Send me a message on Discord, and once the logistics are taken care of, I can take care of that for you today. We could probably make some time for it. Sorry, I'm new to this, so I'll take everything. Yeah. Send me a message on Discord, and I'll follow up with you there, if you don't mind. Okay, we got a 4-way. Let's go. I'll take it. Pump it. That's kind of annoying, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and just double dip here and see if maybe I can pop through this. Nope. Okay, that's a reset. Ally protection OP. Monkey business outrageous. I wonder how like he didn't land the block buff there too. That's kind of weird. Well, that one makes sense. Yeah, that one makes sense. Turn up the radio, blast the stereo, right. See, like, that doesn't make any sense, right? Like, where the fuck did the other thing go? Huh? Huh? I could have sworn she hit both of them, no? Yeah, she hit him. What the fuck? Shake it, shake it. I was thinking Ninja, Gala, Theo, Mikey, Rathlos. Do you think that's a good team, or should I build another team? I say give it a try. I think you give it a try and let me know what your experience is with it. Give it a shot. But yeah, Pred, when you send me a message, just let me know so I can follow up with you there. If you're looking to find me on my Discord, just do !Discord. And I can get back to you on that. It looks like you joined. Also, for those of you guys that did join, make sure you guys go to the Roles and Rules channel, and you get your roles. Obviously, read it and respect it, please. But you go down here for the main access one and the raid one, and that'll give you the ability to see other channels. I am the Caesar in that Discord. I should be the only one with the bright orangish yellowish name. You'll see it. I have my red, whatchamacallit. That's me. That's me. Just send me a message directly there, and then I will follow up with you. With the next part. Oh. Turn up the radio, blast the stereo right. Let's go with that one. Better start. There we go. A lot better, actually. Hello. I don't know if I could salvage this one. Oh, no, I definitely can't. Okay, never mind. A little bit better. Good timing there, actually. I need to do another A3. He's a little squishy. We got the 4-way. Nice. Let's go to Expendo. Do some extra damage there. Although I already got my target that I can just like pop off onto. So everything at this point would just be extra fluff. Slow him down. He should go next soon. Soonish. I need to slow him down though. Good. Oh no, we're perfect. Actually, perfect. I don't think I could save either one of these, unfortunately. Dang it, we got both of them too. Better. A little bit better. I still feel like I'm not hitting as hard. Mind you, those are 2 reds there, so I guess maybe that'll explain why we didn't do as crazily hot as we would want. We can A3. Go on A1. Slow him down a little bit so he's less annoying. I do need to avoid doing too much damage, though, right now, which is kind of a thing. Like that. It's fine. We'll go right there. I think these guys are he's gonna counterattack soon, so I'm gonna end up getting feared. I think we got one more round here to not have to worry about that too much. So yeah, I think by the time we finish up the prep work here, we should be all right. Yeah, this is fine. Go ahead and cleanser. Should do a little counterattack, nothing crazy. That's fine. Even better. I'm actually okay to do this. A2, big slam. Could try to see if we get all of them up. Unlucky. My greed. It's kind of close. I think we will... This is really, really bad. This is super unlucky across the board. Go for it. Yeah. Unlucky. There you go. I responded, I responded, Predator. Nice. Yeah. Okay. This one should be a fairly decent one overall. Just gonna go and slow him if we can get it. Unlucky. That's fine. I'll throw an A1 over here. Should be less of a problem. Gotta watch out for that. Too much of those into him at the wrong time would be really, really bad. Let's see. Why is it so cold in the DMV today? Damn. I don't know what to tell you, brother. Oh, this is one of the ones where we actually we need to tee up a bit. Yeah, it's gonna be this head, I think, that's gonna eat. Let's go ahead and do this now. I think I can get away with not using any abilities here. Yeah, it's not taking too long. Plus, we got 5 turns here. Yeah, perfect. Very good, actually. We can go ahead and set up now. She got reset already, I believe, so... We're in a good spot, I believe, to just slam now. I'm gonna go ahead and provoke so she can't strip anything off. Get a little free damage there. Slow him down, too, so he doesn't maybe get the turn. We can keep the... decreased defense in play. Should be going up next. Yep. Okay, here we go. Nice. Very smooth, very smooth. We got time to play this out, so I'm going to go in A1, get a decreased defense off for sure to guarantee it. She's already got 2 on her turn, so I think I'm just going to go without it for now. Slow his ass down. Great. Resetting. Set up for the rest of the team, which we're in the money. I have no more time here, so I'm going to go and flip in A3. I could do it. I could save, too, as well. I might as well save. Just keep putting pressure here. She has her buff still, so we're fine there. Okay. Another 3-banger. That's not too bad. It's okay. Good. Slow down this one. We don't want to slow the 2 on the left. And then it's going to be on him, okay? Go and reset. I think we wait another round. She's got to get her turn naturally. We're going to avoid excessive damage. This guy's a problem in that regard. Slow it down just a little bit more. That's first. Just keep expendo. I'm going to go and do this now. I think this is the right time to do it. We're going to also A3 again. That is not who I want you to go to. I want you to go over here, please. You bozo. Nah, we got the sauce. Let's go. Okay, cool. Let's do damage and prep for this one. Good. Decent enough, decent enough. It sucks that we lost one there, but that's okay. She's high enough on the turn meter. She's got enough poisons out. So we go for damage here. Can see if maybe I can get one more. Just for some free extra output. Okay. I can play this the safe route. I'm going to play the safe route, actually. Yeah, I like the idea of the safe route. Let's go safe. Makes this whole experience so much more easier anyways. Nice. Kind of, but rock with what you got. Want one key Ultra Nightmare overnight. Yeah. Just go for the A1. Unlucky. That's good, though. I don't want to hit these two just yet because they're very squishy targets. Oh, wrong one. It's actually kind of bad. I should have just went back over here. Do 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 dum 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 dum. I hope this is the right play. Cleanse. Now we A3. Go over here. That's fine. Perfectly fine by me. I just need him to get his turn, then we're chilling. Yeah, I didn't mean to A1 there. Ever get your team picked out? No, I still got to do that. You talking about Chimera? I'm interested in trying your team. No troll, actually. I am interested in trying your team out. Okay, we're good. Sweet. Honestly, I can go either direction, but I'm going to go with the decreased defense option here. Just to make sure we're good. Let's make sure this is the one we're going to get good damage output off of. Yeah. I am going to have to do this one now, though. Okay, here we go. 3. I'm struggling to maintain 4s consistently, which is kind of annoying me. Unlucky. Damn, we might be in trouble here. I have to do this now. Okay, I at least got that option there. That'll help me clear this out, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I sent you a DM when you have a Discord. Look at it when you got time, please. Are you asking for a coaching session as well? I feel like you got given good information in terms of like things to kind of focus towards. I think everybody's feedback was pretty decent, pretty spot on for the most part. Ooh, thank God he didn't go over there. That would have sucked. You're annoying me now, though. I mean, if you want a coaching session, I could do that for you, just to see where you're at. But I mean, I feel like you kind of got, like, good bones to start with already, from what I saw. Nice. I won't get another chance to do this one, so I have to do it now, unfortunately. Okay, no drop there means our next best target's going to be that one. We're kind of close on cooldowns, too, so just go for the A1 here. Yeah, we're going to use this as our prop outlet. I was thinking, but nice. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about me for the Hydra Chimera tee, because I DM'd you about it yesterday. Sorry. Might be. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be a part of the conversation, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, go away. Okay, fine. She got her turn already, right? So now we can A3. Dum 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 dum. I'm gonna go ahead and do this so he can get demolished a little bit. I'm probably going to pop off the decreased defense option here. Yeah, it looks like we're in a healthy spot to do it too. Okay, here we go. Nice. Very nice, very nice. Yo, Pred with the dodo. Sir, I think you overpaid. Sir, it was only 20. Yo, big salute from my guy, man. Thank you, sir. Yo, he actually gave me some very kind words too, as well. So he's been a long-time lurker and actually was would love to support you for your time, of course. I thought that was really, really cool. Thank you, sir. I got you. Let me finish off my Hydra stuff for a bit. I did ask you a question if you wouldn't mind following up with me on that real quick too, as well, just to make sure you know there's no problems whatsoever. Of course, I got unlucky too. Feels bad, man. She's got enough debuff, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start prepping this guy up. Ooh. Yeah, man, big salutes, dudes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Doom, 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 doom. This one's a pretty fairly easy one too. This round. It's good. Good. Great. I think we now wait for you to open up a bit. So I'll just do some free damage here. Doom, doom. I'm going to start prepping up now. It's the big hit. Should do some decent damage, yep. Perfect, that's fine. Gotta cleanse her up. She should go before him, yeah. Beautiful. Clean, that's all I want. I want consistently clean. 2 and 4 are gonna be my best options. I'm gonna try for 2, but we'll see how this goes. I don't think I'll get another turn there, especially with the A2 there. Unlucky. Okay, we're gonna pivot. We're gonna go to this one. God, they both didn't get a debuff that I wanted them to get. I don't know which one's more valuable, to be honest with you. I want to say decreased defense now. Two. Unlucky. We're okay to do this. I think he's about to get eaten soon, so... By who, though, is the question. 1, then 2? I think that's how it's gonna go. Yeah, I think that's how it's gonna go. We can go ahead and start setting up, I think. I think we're good to go. Ooh. Okay, I don't think I do that, because he's going to counterattack no matter what now. That's fine. Start doing some kind of damage lace here. Good. Good patience on my end, too. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We're on it. We're on it. I don't think I could save that one. We can try. Unlucky, bro. What is this? Okay, so you couldn't. I probably could have saved that too. Unlucky. We're going to pop off this one. This one has the most debuffs. These are all pretty good heads to pop off on, though. It's decent. It's decent. It's decent. It's decent. I'm going to play it safe here because negative affinity gets feral to get the decreased speed. So I think we're better off just making sure we get the decrease or the block buffs and stuff up. Keep that in there. And then go from there. It's the safest option. Can spread them and extend them a little bit more too. So we're safe. She still has crazy buff, a crazy buff count at the moment, so we do need to be a little watchful there. I'm gonna try to slow him, and we actually succeed too. Crazy, crazy. RNG is diffing me right now, dude. Let's go safe. We gotta limit our damage output here because these are all squishies. Unlucky. Once in a lifetime. Let's go to the safest option here. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. Why did I know you were going to go over there, too? We're going to go ahead and move back out now. Yeah, we're good enough to slam, though. Let's go. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. I can't win today. We're going to go here. Lose yourself in the music the moment you want it. It's a 3. This is why I swapped over a little bit earlier. We should be okay, I believe. I'm gonna go and flip back over and control this guy. Got it. Of course. Don't kill somebody, please. Oh, my lord. Ah! Holy moly. Yeah. Too soon, way too soon. I need these guys to go another turn, to be honest with you. I'm not sure who's going to get what, but I'm going to go and go for the A2 here. Oh, she doesn't get it, actually. Shit. Oh, that's so cooked. I'm too amped, too, ain't I? Yeah, I'm too stacked. I'm going to have to let this one go. Yeah. That was kind of a crappy one. That's my fault. That's my fault. Crying at the discotheque. Gotta be careful with this guy. Just got 4 more turns. We're about to lose some here soon, though. She's gonna be the one that eats her too, which is annoying. I don't want to blow these guys up. Okay. It's not as bad as I thought. That's not as bad as I thought. That's as bad as I thought. Fuck. That's not what I wanted. For... Oh my god. Fuck it. Fuck it. That might have actually clutched up for us a little bit. No, not really. Shit. Yeah, I don't see a way through this without butchering it. We're gonna have to do it without her passives and stuff too. Okay. I don't know if there's a chance I could salvage this, to be honest. No, I'm on cooldown. Unlucky. Yeah, what's up, Angelus? How you doing, man? Yeah, this is typically where I would just reset. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and try to see if we can recover this. It's another big hiccup run, unfortunately. Oh, wow, that's enough to kill him, too. Okay. I am kind of buffed. Let's slow him down. Okay, let's not. Piece of crap. Yeah, we're a little hiccup there. Just got a 2-star blessing for Android, mainly using Chimera. I'm thinking faultless defense might help with the trial. You could give that a shot. He does give it on his base A1, right? Very unlucky, actually. Okay. I don't know if I reset her or not, to be honest. Let's double check. I think she hasn't yet, though. Yeah, she hasn't. Just do an A1 here. Good fix. Okay, we salvaged. We salvaged something. It's okay. I kind of choked a lot of turns there, which is kind of bad, actually. Okay, this is a safe one this round. Okay, that's good. Good way to, like, give me a chance to recover, because holy fuck, that was really bad. Okay. I feel like she kind of slid a little bit in the turn positioning order. We'll see. No, she's good. She's good. She's good. No need for anything crazy setup-wise. I'm just going to keep going on this side. Pretty sure there's a reflect damage trial. There is, but I want to argue that there's better ways to approach it. Kind of that's where I was going at with the idea about it. I don't know. I haven't tried it myself personally. I'm more of a fan of like cruelty type. I think I have on mine, or maybe brimstone for the other trials. So I guess it's like pick your poison, huh? I should be fast enough to get back to this again. This is my year. It's okay. Are you a joker? What do you mean? Whatever do you mean, senor? Trina's back eating soon anyways. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to be this one. Okay. Should be at least. Good. So I'm trying to minimize, I know it sounds like I'm choking even though I have like crazy amounts of damage. I get it. I get it. I'll just do an A1 over here. I'm trying to min-max my position on how well I am handling this team. And that's kind of where that's where this is coming from. Give me a second. I got a tee up here. We're not playing no games this time. Let's go and do that. So yeah, that's where it's coming from. I'm being a min-maxaholic on this one. I'm just gonna A1. Nice. Very nice. I think I got the reset on her done pretty well. Just got one more turn. I don't know if I can get to that in time. She's fast, though, so maybe. We'll see. Dum, 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 dum. Very nice. Very nice. I think it's too late for me now to get the turn meter down. Lucky. About 3. Not too bad. Love your energy, by the way. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, so like, I've made two major blunders, is what I call it, early, where like it's not perfectly fluid. You can tell when the run is going perfectly fluid because I'm like, boom, 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 stack dead, boom, 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 stack dead, you know, like, and it flows. But when you have these little hiccups where like somebody might die or I'm not dropping all the heads appropriately, you can see it be a little clunky there, and that's kind of what I'm trying to minimize. I think roughly about 2 is okay, but for where I'm at, I kind of feel like I'm a little bit behind on my damage already. But it's okay. It's okay. Let's slow you down. Okay, reset. You can do your thing. Doesn't matter. That's fine. Try to extend it one more time. We got at least one. That's fine. We're in a good position to go ahead and start buffing up, I think. All right. We are ready to go. I'm going to start prepping this one up, I think. Yeah, I should get some decent damage there. It's good. I'm going to try to chip at it a little bit more if I can. God, it still wasn't enough. Okay. He should have enough time. I'm going to play towards this one since we didn't get anything there. You should go next. Yes. And then Trunda. Okay, missing some debuffs, but we got at least a decent one to pop off of. Yeah, about 3 again. 3-ish. Yeah, about 3-ish. Yeah, what's up, Base? How you doing, brother? Buenas, buenas, buenas. I can't land at decrease speed to save my life, brother. Be cruel. I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna play it safe. Watch, he's gonna land it now. Motherfucker. I swear to God. That's okay. I just wanna have some fun. He's about to get eaten anyways. So we're going to prep up for this. It's going to be him. Technically it would be him, but this one's going to eat. Yeah. You next. No, you're not next. That's okay, though. Now you're next. Yeah. Please land your... This game hates me. This game actually hates me. I don't know what I did to you, brother, but like, you know, come on, at least here, help a brother out here. We're taught, well... Yeah, let's just go for damage now at this point. Mm-hmm. You gonna do the Xenomorph challenge? I don't think I can this round. I think it's already a little bit too late. Yeah, I skipped that one this round. But it's not anybody else's fault. It's just something else that I am not going to comment here about. Actually, I think it's okay. I need to get a slow on him next, though. There's the cleanse. I'm worried about him getting the cleanse off again. No, we're okay. We're okay. I don't have an answer for this, though. Unfortunately. I don't have an answer for that. Unless he can get a turn again. Nope. What's my play here, then? Just slow it down? Don't risk it. Don't risk it. Yeah, the opportunity will come. Song's a banger. Could stack that up a little bit more, though. Oh, come on. You could have given me that one. You could have given that one. Come on, bro. Legitimately, you hate me. All right, we're going to switch this one then. That's so unlucky, man. Other than that, though, actually, everything else is pretty nice. 44, right? 47, about 3. About 3-ish. It's annoying. Okay, this is a provoke run. Do 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 do. Almost went out for one Hydra. Yeah. I had to reset a couple times too. Unfortunately. I also kind of took some time to yap and all that stuff too, so like keep that in mind as well. I'm notorious for taking my time with the yappish. I'm fluent in yapathonish. Something like that. Ooh, I'm on cooldown. Uh-oh. Kind of low-key was my best option, too. We're just gonna double stack. Might as well. Yeah. It's a 2. That one kind of felt a little sloppy anyways, to be honest. I don't know why. Do 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 do. I'm on a veil still, right? Yeah. John question, does blood shield count as a budget shield per se? Yes, but you got to be careful with one superseding the other. And that causing a conflict with being able to have a stable shield to grow. Quick battle's got to be the way for Hydra. I'm in the... Chat, can I flex for a little bit? I'm in one of the most competitive clans in the game. I am in the most competitive clan in the game. I'm also in the strongest clan in the game. Yo, let me talk my shit. So it's very difficult for me to accept anything less than above and beyond when it comes to standards. And that's why I do this the way I do it. That's enough said. Yeah, I think that's enough said. Ooh, I wasn't prepared for you. We should be okay though, right? Of course you go to the one I was worried about too. Do 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 do. It's not something that's set as like an expectation of me or like that, but I want to do my best because the boys do their best every single time they get a chance, right? And this is something on the backlog I need to get taken care of, so I carry this little effort as a badge of pride, honestly. Although I can't get fucking located in my life. Legitimately, this game actually hates to see me get a PB today. This is a bad rotation, I feel. Well, it's an okay rotation, but still. Motherfucker. And I didn't even get the weekend there either. This game actually does hate me. Yeah, we ball. This is a good enough key, though. I'll lock it in no matter what we get, but still. It's annoying. To say the least, it's annoying. Not hepatitis, but thank you, Amon. Hey, is Soul in a good clan? Very. I'd like to think so. Keep yapping. It's number 2 now. Bye-bye. AKG Live. AKG is recording. Enjoy today. We have brownies. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Nobody said you were offering free food anywhere. That's not fair. But I'm listening. Go on. That's funny. Am I saying that right? Okay. Oh, damn, why are you hurt so much? Okay, chill. I actually don't want to extend though, because I have no idea where you're going to go with this. And if you go here, I'm going to be so sad. Okay. Okay, we're safe. It's a bit of a gamble there doing that early. Yeah, I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm going to heal you. Why are you taking so much damage, though? I was gonna say she's not in a veil, but it is. She is, thankfully. Appreciate that. I went with Brimstone as there's an activity in trial, actively a trial mythical mats that accepts my damage. Yeah. There you go. I normally go like Brimstone or Cruelty is normally what I would do for like a supporting champion, like what's name. But I won't deny that the idea of reflect damage with the increased defense play is not a bad nod. That is a unique way of looking, and it should not be shunned, you know. So touche. It wasn't something I considered, but I could see the feasibility of it for sure. Free on grinder, booty hole. Wait, what? Eh? What am I reading? Shit. It's not as bad. Because I don't trust that one, to be honest. Actually, I'm glad I didn't do a period, because that's like 2 sets of people there now. Good patience, man. I think that's probably like the hardest part about this comp is just knowing when to be patient on some of these hit attempts. Really? Really, brother? Yeah, what's up, Rastox? How you doing, man? Wonder, wonder. Stay a while and listen. Why are you adding a bot, bro? Listen. Oh, we actually caught it on time. Okay. Excuse me. Probably, I could do an A3 here. Counterattack here will be pretty massive, and I think that'll give me the W I'm looking for. Yeah. Maybe not. Okay, let's double stack here. I believe in you, please. I partially believed in you. Why? Gimme. Damn, you were so perfectly ready to go, too. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, first try. Ba-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Uh-oh. Damn, she's gonna get eaten. Yep, she's gonna get eaten. She's gonna get eaten. I can't stop that, unfortunately. Fuck. Fuck! It's gonna be a hard one, too. Please, dear God. Actually did. Still wasn't enough, though. Fuck. I should have reset him. Oh my God, are you gonna get eaten at the very end, bro? Just let me have it. I needed one more turn. I would have had it too. Oh, that's so unlucky, man. Okay, this run's over. I'm gonna let this one ride though, because I'm not doing another run. We don't have time for it. All right, let's see. Sold through Donnie and my lizard team. I got 7 stars last rotation. Let's go. That's good. I told you Donnie's pretty nice, man. A little underrated, I would even argue. You don't think about him for the sake of come on, what did he say? You don't think about him for the sake of faction wars, and he kind of low key provides a lot of like he's a demon in the support realm in that regard. Like control, whoa, cleanse, speed, reset. Those 3 things are really, really big in my opinion when it comes to value in Sin City MO. I'll let it roll. So it's over anyways. Yeah, we'll take a little 57 Bangarooski. Kirby. All right, let's get it for Brutal. Brutal. Actually, you know what? I don't want to keep you waiting too much more. Predator, are you ready? Who needs mastery? It's just playing its opium for the people. All right. Him and Pythia, nothing dies. He's a 9-piece prot. Yeah, I want everybody to give a big salute out to the homie Predator for buying a takeover from me. Honestly, I know your hard-earned money is hard-earned, obviously. So I appreciate you trusting me with your account and also giving me your confidence that you will lead you the right way. As always, disclaimer: the goal of a takeover is to help him progress towards the next steps of his account, identify any weaknesses, any outliers that could help him, or diminish his efficiency. We're going to aim to be as effective as possible and put you in the right direction, okay? That's the main goal with the takeover. Kirby. Did you look at International 555 today? Let me take a look. Jesus. I'm in full screen while I get my boy loaded up in the credential side of things. You guys are degenerates, you know that? I like your password, by the way, sir. Very funny. All right, I'm in. Am I good to log in, Predator? Give me the A-OK. Am I good to log in, sir? I'll talk to you in Twitch chat. Okay. All right, I'm gonna have some questions for you, and we're gonna start browsing around your channel. Yo, this is a coaching session, so we're just gonna see where he's at first, get as much information as we can, and then from there we'll try to take next steps. Okay? This guy's name is Master Uguay. Remember, boys, 2 in the pink means that you have 1 more going into the stink. But no matter what, you leave with something brown. Nasty. All right, sir. Got a 1.5 account. How long have you been playing the game? It seems like you're fairly new, huh? You've been playing for a little bit. He does have some backstory. He said, just for context on my account, I didn't take the game seriously till just about a week ago. I'm still getting used to all the champion abilities and stuff. I'm currently working towards Arbiter. I'm coming from a game called Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, so the sets and stats are completely different from Raid. Don't mind my builds or gear or anything, etc. We're going to critique it, okay? Answer the other stuff too as well. Yeah. So, yeah, we already passed all that stuff. So, basically, this account has been neglected, it seems like. Is that what I'm understanding? And I'm not familiar with Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, so I don't know the paradigm of how like their equipment system, any systems they have in the game.
To use as a comparison, but I'll try to guide you regardless. Okay. It looks like you're building up Gerda fragments. How long is Gerda? When do you start collecting Gerda? 25. So you just started not too long ago. Over a year. Oh, wow. A year and a half? No, not even. Yeah, about a year and a half.
My man! The timing, brother. Neglection is the best type of attention. Huh. Okay, so you start working towards Imprius, which is really good. I see Mithrala in play, too. Okay. So we're going to be starting from some pretty early phases, it seems like. You did say you're prioritizing Arbiter, which means you're literally almost done, which is kind of crazy. Despite that, I mean, you're on your way. We're going to give you some negatives, we're going to give you some positives, all right? It's going to come with the territory, okay? Oof. Okay. All right. Can you tell me on your account who is your fastest? Basically, who has the highest amount of speed? Who is your go-to nuker? And anybody that you consider like a tank, per se. Do you have any of those options in your head right now that you could think of? We see the glorious ninja. Kind of seems like you mostly just pulled shards in this for little shits and gigs, and then you kind of chilled out, huh? Okay. You just call it the daily words of God off. Yeah, Sigrid, Alice, and Sun Wu. Who's Sigrid? Okay. Yeah, who's Sigrid? Am I interpreting that wrong? Who? Oh, Estrid. Estrid. Okay. Her. Said Sigrid. I thought you were trying to say Siegfried. I was say, you got a Siegfried? Where? Okay. It kind of looks like you know what you're doing a little bit. From a gearing standpoint. Obviously, like, nothing's perfect. I mean, in generally speaking, right? But you got crit cap, you got a little bit of accuracy, you got a little bit of damage laced in there. So, it kind of seems like you understand the fundamentals of building. To me, it looks like these are just like you just put whatever you had the fastest speed gear on, which is kind of par for the course for a speed booster, obviously. And then you don't really have anybody that you claimed as like a tank per se, right? Doesn't look like it. But I don't necessarily think your building path is like incredibly off. I mean, like speed with accuracy with the champions that would need those stats. It does kind of speak to it a little bit. So I would argue that, like, obviously there's ways to improve for sure. But say Levy. Okay. So this is very reminiscent of like what I would consider to be like a fairly early game account. Not many accolades to kind of contribute towards it. Champion pool, very early development. I would argue that a lot of these champions you got are daily login and then a little bit of good RNG. Maybe some fusions here and there. Because like Nishak is a fusion. That's a daily login. That's a clan shop one. Daily login. Technically daily login. Same. Fusion. Daily login. That's a pull. Pull. Login. Pull. Login. Pull, and then daily login. Okay. All right, not too bad. At least you know how to log in. That's like the hardest part for some folks. Okay, let's see where else we at. So we got to see a little bit of gear, a little bit of the Great Hall development. Shards are looking where they look at. We got a little bit of an idea where the fragments and stuff are coming from. Like, so we've seen like how much the account has had activity-wise. Let's get an idea where you're at for dungeons. Looks like you got up to stage 12 on some. Normal mode 20. 20. Basically in the 20s. 20s, yeah. This one got to hard 4. Okay. Okay. So it's not like you didn't actually try to push. Or this was you doing work on the account. That's not too bad. You thought he was trying to say steroids. And honestly, this is a more later game function, considering I don't know when's the last time you played. How long has it been since you actually gave effort on the account? You would say. What I want to get an idea of what's changed since the last time you played to where we are now. Because I'm not sure if maybe you even seen this at all before prior. Which, honestly, this is all about blessings if we're going to be real. Other things, too, but, like, mostly blessings.
SoulSaint fucking pumps. SoulSaint is the dankest.
Howdy Soulzakis Soulzaslap Soulzasalami.
So you're going to kiss me, then you're going to slap me, and then you're going to rub your salami. What? Goon, welcome back to the Brotherhood. Welcome back to the family. Welcome back to the Knights. Ooh, good old Lydia. Good old Lydia. Okay. Okay. You are in gold 5 somehow. Let's take a look. What do you got? What do you got going on? This boy understands go first teams. For sure. For sure. Okay. Okay. Monka W. What a name. Do you have other teams besides these? Let's see. Okay. Doesn't look like it. But I gave you last time I tried, and just last week to take it seriously. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Thanks for the honesty. Yeah, I expect this to be a little difficult for you. Oh, but you are participating in normal. Oh, my. Okay. Okay. All right. Interesting. I haven't dealt with an account like this in a minute. All right, so a dormant account that has some assets to it, but has a lot of elbow grease to grow. Honestly speaking, to be answer me this one more a bit demanding, or what I say, like dipping into your privacy a little bit here, and feel free to abstain if you want. I can find out in other ways if you don't want me to. But do you spend it all in this game? If you don't want to, if you'd rather not say, that's perfectly fine. I'm going to assume if you do, it's very small, right? Yeah, if I had to take a guess, it's pretty small. I never did it till just today, actually. I pulled from the white crystals, only $20. So you went for this prism, huh? Okay. It's not a bad one. This is actually not a bad prism pull. No wonder you got some epics. That's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, why do I see so many epics that I normally wouldn't see on an account? Interesting. Okay. All right. I think we can begin. Get ready for my TED Talk. No, let me stop. Let me stop. Sorry for the flashbang. So you're in an interesting spot where you have enough opened up to really start dipping into them, which is great. And that's the weird part about it, because like in any direction you go, you could see some benefits in the others. And I think that's something you have to be kind of aware of right off the rip. Oh, you do get them. Okay, even at normal or easy. Okay. This is interesting. So you're not top chesting Demon Lord, right? I think that's probably where we would start at first, because it looks like you've only tapped into Brutal. What's the highest you could do for Clan Boss at the moment? Melee average from the 2x was from the blue shards. Really? Okay. Boys, I need some inspiration. I got you. There you go. Think of Soul in a hot tub. Just accidentally picked the wrong one. Okay. What, can you top chest it? So come on. Is this a team? It's not a bad team. 17 to 18. So you're barely getting a chest if you are. Which means that you're probably more realistically at Nightmare, right? Can you at least top chest Nightmare? Ooh, baby, baby, don't you know? Okay. All right, good to know. That's probably going to be one of your biggest areas, because to get better at every single individual area, there's no denying the reality that this game demands that you get access to champions to do better in every area. That's not to say you don't have a great champion pool to start off with. I'm not saying that. But I am going to say that, like, as you are progressing in this game, to be more efficient in particular areas, you are going to need to develop some things. So you're not too far off on the right page starting off in terms of like focusing towards free-to-play champions. That is a great thing to go for. Like getting Arbiter, getting Ramontu, even Marius, start getting your way towards that is a great thing to aspire towards. I won't also nod that there's a couple other champions that I think you should make some more efforts towards, like Lydia. And I'm not saying you're not, but like on this one particularly could be another great example for you to start making some strides in, right? So my goal here is, this account being so brand new, any which direction you go is going to help you, okay? With that being said, I am going to try to target some things, right? Your lifeline into the game is going to be two things: shards and energy, okay? So, to improve your shard acquisition, we look at Clan Boss as one of the first focuses. I normally recommend any player that's trying to get off the ground and trying to get the ball going to develop a Clan Boss team that can get them at least closer towards Ultra Nightmare. Ultra Nightmare being the goal, and top chesting there in particular. Then what that does is that opens up shards for you to be able to use to acquire champions that will help you be more efficient in other areas. Now, with some of the summoning you've done and whatnot, there are some things that can plug and play to help you along your way. But you do have a very limited champion pool still. So, like, I think the focus should be to acquire more shards, first and foremost, which is why I'm going to probably put Clan Boss as, like, one of your bigger priorities to start off. This right here is going to be very difficult because this is where true in-game is at. But it's also something that is important throughout all areas and all stages of your progression, whether that's, you know, early game, late game, mid game, the whole 9 yards, okay? So I'm going to kind of put that as second, but I got some caveats behind that, and I'm going to break it down a little bit, okay? I am going to say missions are a great focus. Mission slash free champ goals. I'm going to just say free champ goals, okay? So, like, Mithrala, Lydia. Those are some that aren't necessarily attached to missions, but they're also good champions to go for. And believe you me, they have longevity. I want to say almost every free-to-play acquired champion is useful, even at in-game. Yeah, Lydia's top tier for Chimera. Mithrala's great for Faction Wars Hard. Clan Boss if you really want to go there. Yeah, there's a lot of value there. Carnage, great in PvP. Marius the GOAT. Ramantu's top tier in my opinion. I love Mario. Well, Ramantu's not top tier, but he's a solid B tier or A tier champion in my opinion, especially for what he can contribute. So yeah, that's kind of probably going to be like some of the bigger goals that I would say you should aspire for right off the rip. We do need to have a conversation about farming and like resource attention and like attribution. That is something we're going to need to kind of keep our eyes on. Which is going to kind of be used towards dungeons. Yeah, we'll start there. Let me kind of get a little bit. I kind of need to brain dump a little bit, so you're gonna have to bear with me while I get this out. So start with Clan Boss. I think that's an easy answer for you to get the ball rolling. Okay. It's kind of brute force issue. Oh, you know what, Mikage? Where are you at with Mikage? So you have this one ready. You just need to fuse them up. This one will come from Void Shards. It's a rare, so it's not too uncommon to get, but it will take a little bit of investment. These two are going to be a bit of a taxing one. And then if you wanted to get a spare Tatsu, for whatever reason, you're going to need Indalia and Lady Quillen. So you're still going to be a good ways off on that one, so that's going to be kind of tough. Okay. Approach. This may help out Mahir if you're listening in. This is kind of a great timing of you getting this takeover. There's two methods. I would argue an account can go in. Block damage or speed tune teams. I mean, I would speed tune either one of them, but like what I would consider traditional teams and I'm going to say block damage / UK teams. I'm going to explain the second one first, and then we'll go to the traditional one, all right? So, I'm not sure if you're so familiar with like all the specific buffs and debuffs in the game. The way you can kind of learn about that is if you go to any champion that provides buffs or debuffs, for example, there's a more info button here, and it brings you to all buffs and debuffs where you can read and kind of understand what they do. In particular, there is block damage, basically making you immune to all forms of damage. And then unkillable. I think I skipped over it. Which is basically they cannot fall behind below 1, basically meaning they can't die while this is active. Those are two ways to do it. So there are champions that you could do speed tunes for that allow you to perfectly sync up just before the boss goes into damage, to do his damage, where you can prevent anyone from dying using those buffs. And it'd be an AoE for your team. I looked real quickly to see if there's anything of interest on your account that does that. Unfortunately, the answer looks like it's a bit of a no. If I'm seeing that correctly, I didn't see anybody that holds up in terms of giving you that value at the moment on your account. So, I don't want to go too far into detail about it, but that's one way you can get as many turns as possible, or a free amount of turns where you could just prioritize damage with the other champions and, you know, basically keep your team alive throughout the process. You don't have that luxury afforded to you, so you're better off trying to prioritize what I would consider a more traditional team. So, not one that has any specific nuances like block damage or unkillable, but they could use other assets to their advantage. So, you go a more what I call the hunker down bulky route, which is, you know, get tanky effects like increased defense, strengthen, shielding for buffs, ally protection, And then you're doing debuffs that give you a high uptime too as well. Decrease attack. So that the boss doesn't do as much to you. You know what I mean? So if you don't have the block damage and unkillable champions to enable you, then your best option is to go traditional, and you're looking for champions that can give you that level of sustainability. Healers that can also revive are a plus. So if you're looking like a Rector who can provide, revives, a little bit of healing. Veil is also technically a damage mitigation buff. It's not much, but it's something. And you can play towards that as your advantage, right? I'm not going to talk specifically about building teams for you, but I'm going to give you an idea. Some examples, I think, of some good champions that are worthwhile to consider, like ally protectors. You got Taragi. Shielding champions like Underpriest Brogni, who also heals based off of that. I used to use him in my early days when it came to like using clan boss teams and whatnot. He's a great champion that not only provides a lot of sustainability and a lot of buffs and whatnot that can enable your team and keep your team going, but he's like a little bit of a jack of all trades without the revive. That's basically the best way to look at him. A solid option. And then champions that can enable, like, decrease attack, like I said, and decrease defense. So basically enablers, and then your main damage dealers. You got Ninja, you got, I think Rathles is a solid option. Believe it or not, a great champion for damage, for clan boss. He's not bad at all. I won't deny that I feel like it's very interesting that you win for this particular Prism event, because there's one champion in particular I think that any account gets would automatically have like a cheat code, and that's Wixwell. He kind of leans more towards the whole shielding route and going infinite shield route. If you can, stabilize the shield and keep the shield constantly growing, this would be a great option for you to consider. But just to name a few of the good nuances of ways you can approach a traditional team, which is basically you're getting tanky champions, you're getting sustained champions that can provide mitigation or diminish damage output via debuffs, and try to find the damage outlet to keep you going or to get as much output during that survivable time frame that you have until your team eventually dies, because the boss ramps up, right? I think for you, right now, you're more leaning traditional, but if you were to get some key champions in some areas, I think you could possibly do some cheese teams to get you to the finish line that you're looking for. That's probably going to be your first goal. If I were you, I would target, if you're going to try to prioritize any champions, you're looking for these or something like a Wixwell. And what that will do is that'll help you get closer to the goal of being able to actually build up a clan boss team to start acquiring more shards. Now, if you plan on buying shards in the future, more power to you. There's no problems. I'd recommend Voids early then, because that's where most of the block damage and unkillable champions will come from. Demitha, Kafru, Maneater. Then there's Santa. There's Emic. There's a lot in the Void pocket that can get you a lot there. Most of the ones I kind of expressed are mostly epic, so that's why I lean towards that. But you can't go wrong there. That would be my first goal for you to aspire towards. Now, you can do this in multiple ways. Perfecting your gear, which means you got to go farm some stuff. Increasing your bonuses right here for champions that you are using. Like if you're using a predominantly blue team in your clan boss team, develop your blue area first, obviously. I am also a big proponent of quality over quantity. So like spreading like this is no bueno. I like going 10, 10, 10s. And there's some double-edged swords wise that's going to kind of lean in towards this here in a bit. I'll explain that later. But something that I didn't have when I was coming up in my early game that you have in the luxury of affording is area bonuses. I say this with the caveat. You can invest into Demon Lord, but I would do it only until the point where you hit your objective, and then I'd move on. Because long-term, this is not something I would desire any player to invest an extreme amount on. You're in a predicament where you need to get that checked off the list so you can start acquiring champions. So I would say it's okay for now to start investing and getting ways to like amplify your damage a little bit more with ignore percent or crit damage. Or if maybe you're having problems being able to do good builds with accuracy checks, maybe get that a little bit more. Maybe you're failing to miss some speeds. You could start adding a little bit here, which means that you have to be active in this mode. So for Arena, you're going to get your ass whooped. I'm going to be real. There's so many people who are getting lucky with mythicals. They've gotten a lot of champions, this, that, and the other, and you just don't have it, right? But that shouldn't stop you from still, every single chance you get, if time permits. I know that you got real life work and all that stuff like that. Whatever your life situation is, not for me to know, but it's a great it's a great way for you to kind of get yourself going, even if you have to look for these. So being in gold 5 is fantastic. I'm actually very happy to see that. Keep refreshing. Don't burn your gems. I'm saying whenever it's free. So you do your refresh, and if you see 5 gems, don't hit it. But like something like this, for example, I could see you possibly going and ripping this team apart, and you got your W, right? That's one extra set of coins that'll help you start working towards that. You should never have excessive refills or anything like that as a free-to-play player. And even as a spender, if you're early game, I would be targeting anything you feel like you can freely kill, and I would just be getting your W's wherever you can. You're going to need it, because the long term, this is something that doesn't pay off until you actually start seeing it get developed. But the more, you can ask every experienced player here, this is one of the best places to invest getting done, because the long term of it opens up the paradigm of how to build a champion. Now, I'm going to go into more specifics here just to show you an idea, okay, of what I mean. I saw you had, was it Deacon that had a decent build? Or I think it was Alice, right? So this could be a good example, right? Maybe you're happy with the 300 accuracy you got here, right, on your champion. And you do have her built up in a nuker set, which is great. But like, what if 300 was your goal, just as an example, and you're happy with that number, what if you could just you could still achieve that number, but amplify your output via, more attack, since she's an attack type champion, right? Well, looking at this banner gives you 78 accuracy. 6 stars would be 96, just to give you an idea. Let me see if I can find one. 96 on a 6-star, right? Imagine that same amount that you could keep by having your area bonuses all the way complete. Right? So maybe that Void champion you don't have developed, that you have to use that accuracy banner for, could instead be an attack banner or a defense banner to give you more stats to work towards, right? Just that upgrade and that bonus alone gives you way more value in your build. Now, when you start compounding things like attack for your attack nukers and crit damage, you'll start seeing your build start shifting, and it'll adjust based off of the need of where your account is deficient and efficient at. So, I know it's a no-brainer, but this is an undervalued place that I think a lot of early game players, including me, it wasn't until I got to like my 8th month of playing, my first 6 months were a complete throwaway, much like yourself, while you were saying like you kind of neglected it over time. I had the same problem where I was not really committed to the game, and then I found the sauce, and I was like, okay, it clicks now. I'm in. I'm locked in. I'm here for it. And then I got addicted to the game, for lack of better words. And I truly got to understand that the more I invested here, the better it got. You also have the luxury of being able to invest specific areas, such as Demon Lord or Hydra or wherever else you want to focus at, to improve. And I think this is where I would pivot to say that I'm still a quality over quantity when it comes to this area too. But until you get to the point where you're in silver or in gold, once you hit that level 3, you can't go any further with those medals. That's when you can pivot along to like other areas of that same place. But I would commit to one area of focus until you get to a satisfactory spot, then move on to your next focus from there, right? So like arena farming is of the utmost importance. So this is one area that I feel like is heavily neglected on your account for how long it's existed. And the only way you're going to be able to finish this is by putting your elbow grease into it. There's people who have been playing longer, who are a lot more advanced than you are, and they're still not done with their Great Hall. It sucks, but it's a grind. It's a grind that's necessary, and the sooner you start getting pace on it, the better you're going to start having some experiences that are going to shift in towards your favor. I think I kind of hit the nail home on that. To be effective in arena, despite your limitations, though, it's a little bit easier because classic-wise, you can kind of pick and choose your fights. Like, for example, I would expect you to have some difficulty dealing with some teams, and that's because, maybe your account's super early and all that. That's perfectly fine. These types of options, though, are the ones that you want to tackle and just get your freebies on, and then you wait your 15 minutes, refresh, and go again. But I think you kind of hold a decent philosophy, which is, and there's like gray areas in between this two as well, okay? So the idea of go first is basically you want to be faster than the opponent. And I'll just write this out. Go first. Pushing speed and getting in to the fight, getting to your turns faster than the opponent, and go ham and go home. That's what I call it. Go ham, go home. Basically, you're in there. It's a one pump chump. You're in there. You slam. You kill them. GG. You move on. Right? Now, in this game, they have introduced champions that have what's considered passives that help despite that. Like, you may not be the fastest, and I can tell you right now, you're not going to be the fastest sometimes. And that's what's kind of been adopted to face this. There's a lot of people who face this problem where they can't push the maximum speeds. I can go pretty fast. I am not the fastest in this game, though. So when I know I can't beat them in speed, what do? You start pulling out what's considered the go second option, which is playing off of passives on champions that allow them to endure, interact, and /or capitalize off of the opponents going first. I spelled that wrong, by the way. Oh, shit. I'm going to give you some examples. Champions that can endure. Champions that have fatal prevention aspects. So I'm going to use an OP champion like Galathir. Prevents this champion's death. That's fatal prevention. That's basically if they were going to die from that hit, it instead stops it, keeps them alive, and then equalizes it. There are passives that exist like that across a lot of different champions. That's one. Let me think of another. Siegfried. This champion's about to get killed by a fatal hit, blocks it, and puts block damage on the champion, right? Let's bring it down to the legendaries, for example. There is Arnorn, right? Where, like, if he's about to get hit by a fatal hit, prevents it. So you're looking for, like, passives like that. I'll simplify, or I want to say simplify, but I'll give you some alternatives. Champions that can help you mitigate or endure, the endure part, which is basically damage mitigation. You got champions like Harma, which reduces ignore defense effects, basically the output that people can do. Being able to force, like, weak hits or not, like, you know, being able to get critted on via her passive are great. Another one would be like Duchess, which is straight up mitigation from AoEs. You're looking for those types of passives in your champions to give you that level of survivability. Now, you may not have all those options right away, but as you develop your champion pool, which is why we prioritize clan boss first, you'll start getting acquisition of those champions, and you can maybe adjust your strategies to accommodate. Right now, you're better off going go first. That's what you got on your account right now. That's the best options you have. There's also sets. Sets like Stone Skin and Bolster, to name a few, that give you an extra layer of health / protection. So if you're not familiar with Stone Skin, you get it from Hydra only at the moment. And basically at 4 pieces, you get like a shield, for lack of better words, where people are not able to debuff your champion or to do direct damage to your direct HP pool unless they have some kind of caveat in their kit that allows them to do so. And there are those that exist. But this just automatically forces players that if they don't have that option, they have to either wait for you to get your turn so that it falls off so they can attack you, or do something through it or over it to beat the champion that's protected by the buff, right? And then, of course, Bolster is basically HP set, or a shield set, excuse me, with an extra healing for the wearer, for lack of better words. So it's basically another layer of, like, temporary HP, like shielding in a sense. And you can use those on some pretty key champions, like maybe you rely on Syl the Drakes to be your main support to keep yourself, your main tanky support. You could put her maybe in a Stone Skin plus Bolster set so she protects herself, and then you have Bolster or Shield for that matter if you're, free to play, which you can farm via Fire Knight. Shield sets are not too bad to invest a little bit towards. That's how you can survive and work off of, like, go second. Obviously, just because you go second doesn't mean you have to go slow. It just means that you're going to acknowledge the reality that you may not be the first one in line when it comes to who gets their turns first. That would be my, like, quick rundown of how you can approach Arena. Right now, you go first. You use your best speed on your best champions, best people that can open up the fight for you, and then you nuke them and then you get out, right? And if that's still a struggle for you, then you go for the single target options, and that's the best advice. It's a slow grind, but it's one that's necessary until you get to the point where you're efficient. Okay. Now, with that being said, some general focuses that I think would be pretty healthy for you. You're on the right track with trying to prioritize champions like Arbiter, for example. She's one of those great options to go first with as a free-to-play option. Which means that you are going in the right direction of prioritizing these missions. I do think that, if you're not aware, you can do Romantu and Marius together at the same time. So I would push them in sync with each other. But this will also give you a good idea of where you're going to need to kind of, like, prioritize your stuff from. I'm going to post in chat, or matter of fact, I'll send it to you specifically in DMs. But for anybody else that's interested, there's a website, Hell Hades, if you're not familiar with it. That you can go to, and it has its uses. I don't necessarily agree with everything in terms of, like, their build pathing, their build strategies, or whatever the case may be. I'll have my nuances about that all day long, but everybody will. But one thing that this thing does have a great resource value for is getting you information about what's to come. You already are almost at the point of getting Arbiter, right? But you will also understand that, like, when you were in part 1, you couldn't see the missions for part 2, 3, and 4. The same is also true for Romantu and Marius. You only see what's currently available in the part you're in. To be able to prepare for the future, for what's coming, they have sections where you can see the Romantu missions as well as the Marius missions coming up. And that's, you go down this Rachel Legends drop down menu and you look at these sections right here where it says Romantu and Marius missions, right? From there, you can kind of see what to prepare for, what you need to have complete. Some of this stuff is retroactive. You know, if you've already earned 3 stars, it'll be retroactive. If you already fused rosin, it'll be retroactive. Those are fine. I think you do need to clear the stage when you get the missions for some of those, but this is kind of where it's a great pivot about how to understand where you're going at and focuses and how you can kind of commit to 2 things at one time, a little bit of a double dip. Romantu's missions are going to require you to do a couple things, like clearing certain stages, getting a certain amount of Grey Hall bonuses. So the philosophy that I have about, like, prioritizing quality over quantity holds up true for various reasons. One, you already seen it, you're already tasting it as we speak. The need for you to get a quality upgrade. It says it wants a level 9, and eventually I think you're going to need to do a level 10 one, if I remember correctly, for her right there. So quality in that regard will help you be ready for this by the time you get to it. For Romantu, it is very much the same for Arbiter as it is for him, where instead of it being 1 10x10, it's going to be 2x10, 3x10, 4x10, 5x10. And you'll see throughout the stages that they're going to offer somewhere it's like, okay, you can have 3x5, 3x10, or something like that. I would say by the time you get to those missions, if you've been following the ideology of quality over quantity for your Great Hall, you'll get, 2x10, 3x10 way before that point. So that's great. It looks like you kind of locked in on that very, very quickly. So this is good. This is somewhat bad, but it's not the end of the world. I'm just trying to be super hyper effective because no matter how you look at it when it comes to these missions, there are going to be time gates. What I mean by time gate is no matter what you do, you're going to have to wait for something to open up, or you're going to have to use resources that would hurt you more than progress you. So to be proactive instead of reactive to something, I think would be much more beneficial for you in the long scope of things. Every single free-to-play champion that you can get in this game is valuable. They're not bad champions. Mithrala and Lydia, which are not a part of the missions, which is why I have it set to free champ goals. As a part of this is like a 2-for-1 in a sense. I'm going to associate them too as well as part of it. You notice how they said in some of the missions for Romantu that you need to clear certain faction wars. This is going to become a very big focus point for you. And I would argue that this is probably going to be one of the most easiest but tedious things to do on your account, which is grinding levels and masteries for champions. Looking at your champion pool right now, currently, you have at least 2 rows of already level 60 champions, and you're already working towards a 3rd row. Not bad. But I don't necessarily think that like all the champions you have access to are being utilized as effectively. And I'll give an example. Banner Lords. This guy is super great for support and utility. Same thing with this guy for Ogrins. When you start prioritizing like your areas of focus and you're starting looking for champions, you're gonna have to start divvying out and expanding based off of team requirements, right? And Faction Wars is no different than basically restricting it all to one particular set of champions that you have to invest towards. And the ideology of a team doesn't really too much change across most areas in the game. You're looking for a general support, a general damage dealer, a general control champion, and then some extras along the way that'll help out for wherever you feel like you need the most value in. Start looking to prepare those champions out. I don't know if there's any like specific guides, but some of the ones I mentioned are really good for you to consider. And it's very hard to throw out. There might be some resources in my Discord. Shout out to the boys that may have contributed towards that. Where there might be some useful champions. Here, like for example, Crossfade shared some champions that have really good value that you can maybe consider for your progression in Faction Wars and maybe even in Sin City, which is going to be something else we're going to talk about later. So those are 2 areas that I think you can kind of focus towards. Always trying to push your clan boss team up to the point where you get Ultra Nightmare. Doing as much arena as you can without taxing your account. And the way I will say it like this, you get about, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, you get like 2 refills and then a 5 coin, right? So that's like what, 25? Not to mention your daily that you would get from like recouping over time. You know, you're not going to be awake every single part of the day. So there's going to be a time frame where you're not farming Classic Arena and, you know, it's going to regen, right? So I think a good rule of thumb is if you're doing about 25 a day, you're on pace for really good progression in your Grey Hall. So doing that while pushing your clan boss team is important, and then focusing your efforts in terms of what to go towards first would be your missions and your free champion goals. So the way I would do it is you keep the status quo of how you approach your Hydra and your Chimera. You do what you can. If you can get, you know, top chest rewards on any particular difficulty, then that's where you're at. Like if you got top chest for normal, great. Can you do hard? If the answer is no and you can't get that 20 mil, then you understand that your limit is at normal. That's fine. Then I would do normal and then whatever the next easiest chest would be. The reason why is because you're starting to get rewards towards this fragment, which will be, you know, Ambrius. That'll help you out for PvP. That'll help you out for Faction Wars. So you're still making progress in that regard. That's your weekly stuff, right? Same thing with Hydra. If your highest right now is normal, see if you could take a hard key up to, you know, your best champions to hard. Can you do a 20.4? If so, that's your new platitude. And then you try to scrap together a team on your 2nd go round and maybe even your 3rd go round to make up the difference for the 6.6 that you're doing on normal, right? Then that's 2 chests that'll help you aspire closer towards Mithrala. Those are all free-to-play champions to keep doing for. I would not overly invest in towards like getting a team online for that just yet. But if you have the champions to start working towards those, throw them in there. Just give it a shot. And if you can come out with at least a chest or 2 every single week, that'll help you towards those gradually. That'll be like it's in the brew pot to eventually become a blessing towards you later. During that period, though, on your daily basis, besides doing your dailies, besides farming arena, the next goal would be to start pushing missions, okay? If my focus right now is to do this, I'm working on that with my daily arena battles. Okay, great. What else can I do to improve my teams? I notice I'm not effective at you know, clearing too many, you know, of those arena teams, even if they seem kind of easy. Like, I feel like I should be able to beat it, but I'm not. Maybe I'm lacking in gear. That's where you can start prioritizing working towards areas like dungeons. Right now, in my opinion, depending on how your gear quality looks, there are going to be some key areas I think you should invest towards. Looks like you're winning some tournaments, too. That's not bad. Good for you. Like, you farmed a little bit. Like, this is not bad for starting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, for Savage, you're eventually going to want to go up to 6-star and whatnot. But starting off at a 5-star piece of gold and it has good stats is a great sign that, like, you're on the right direction. I feel like 4-star pieces phase out super early on an account. So, like, I would start adapting away from that sooner rather than later. And just looking at what you have for value, you're way past the point where you would accept 4-star gear as acceptable now at this point. You have the engines at a decent spot across all your different stages of dungeons where your minimum should be 5-star now. So, like, if you don't have good 5-star gear, that should not be a justification for you to start rolling up 4-star. You have the means to farm it. It just means that your focus should be to develop some kind of way of getting energy to devote towards those farms. Then it's also important for you to understand about drop fever, which is going to be when those events come up. That's when you would take reserve energy, and we can talk about energy management if you want to go there, but you put a little bit extra towards during those periods to get the best bang for your buck. Like saving this 99, don't just pull this just because you need energy. Pull it because you're ready to farm something that's going to helpful or something that's time constrained, like a fusion, for example. Fusions are also worth going for. They're a monthly occurrence. And that sometimes has... I would do it based off of the need of your account, though. If you don't have a champion that is block damage for clan boss and the next fusion's a block damage champion, obviously that might be worth going for, right? But if you already have your clan boss team devoted and that guy provides block damage and it's a lateral change or not even a better change for your current team, there's no point, right? So only invest in champions that are going to help benefit your account push forward. Not every fusion is substantially game-changing, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're all bad either. So, you know, ask questions. Feel free to inquire people who have progressed further than you and see, like, okay, I'm at this point in my account. Where's this champion good at? Do I have something that's already doing what he does, but better or worse? And then if you feel like there's a quality upgrade there, then you go for it. And that's how I decide whenever I'm going for a champion. It's like, all right, what is this champion good at? Is it better than what I'm currently using? If yes or no, then I would decide based off of that. And then it's like, all right, well, I need a little bit more redundancy or I want to pivot this champion towards. So like if it suits the needs of my account, I'll get into it. If this guy's a meta changer, I go for it. You know what I mean? And that's a good opportunity for you to go for it. He got an ad, so I'm gonna take a break here and drink. I'll wait. I feel like I'm yapping a lot. Let me see. Is there anything else we can do? While we wait for him to get himself going. You're back. Okay. Yeah, I paused for you. Brother. I'm writing out what we already kind of discussed. This should pilot your focus a good bit, but once you hit roadblocks or things that you have to wait to open. An example would be like a specific faction quest, but it's not up on the day you unlock the mission. That's a good example, right? Let's do dungeons next. Do you have any questions on these so far? So, Predator. I think honestly, like the big two areas is definitely going to be clan boss and arena first. Just a matter of activity in the arena, but clan boss, you're going to need to start investing towards champions to get you to the finish line there. I don't think you're too far off, but this is where it's a perfect segue towards dungeons, which I'm going to kind of explain a little bit. But do you have any questions so far? And I'll catch up on chat too. What's better stats for Geomancer? 67k HP, 3.5k attack. Defense, 240 speed, crit damage 44, crit damage 11. What's crit rate? Sorry. 326 accuracy, or 85% crit damage, or 144, 396 accuracy. So, Bloody Days, it's hard to answer this, but if you're talking about for Demon Lord Ultra Nightmare, the minimum accuracy you need to have is around like 250, so you don't need to be that demanding on that side. And the biggest goal is that he lands his burn on the boss and you get majority of the damage output that way. That's not to say you can't invest into him being damage oriented with his hits, like his A1 and A2. So getting crit rate 100% and stacking his attack is not bad for that purpose. But if you're running a traditional team and you don't have a means to keeping him alive throughout the process, you do want to lean to the one that gives you the more tankier stats, which would be the first option. But I don't necessarily think you need to neglect damage either as a byproduct of him being in your team. So. No questions so far. I'm starting to understand the game more and more, being more efficient. Okay, cool. Dungeons. Let's talk about that a little bit. Because you're kind of at a place where I would say you're at the Arbiter completion point, which is basically at least 20 for everything, maybe even 25 for majority of the stages. That's great. That's great. I normally would try to encourage players to go like aggressive and try to get into hard mode so they can start unlocking mythical versions of those gears. I don't know how dated this is, but I'm going to use this as a reference just to give you like an idea of the drop table. This is also in the Discord tool as well. Let me find it. Hold on. So at stage 20, 24, and 25, this is what your efficiency is at being able to acquire specific gear. Remember, the goal is to get from 5 to 6 star eventually, and then set 5 or 6 star as like your mandatory minimums, basically your standard. But getting upgraded versions of those, whether it's epic, legendary, or even mythical, doesn't start unlocking until you hit hard 1 and onwards, right? So that's why I always try to recommend people to get into hard. With that being said, though, depending on how you plan to play this game in terms of like your energy and your gem efficiency, you know, you're going to need to be aware of your limitations, which means you need to farm effectively. The best way to account for this is one of two ways. When you're speed racing, are you struggling to be ahead of the enemy? If you're going to go first strategy, are you good? If the answer is yes, I'm kind of catching people even though, you know, I may not have the best of gear, but I'm still faster than a good majority of the players that I'm fighting against, then you're kind of in a decent spot. But if not, then an argument could be that you could farm some speed. And that's where Dragon will gain importance. What if you're able to farm or get fast enough, but your damage dealers are just not packing enough of a punch? Well, that's where areas like Fire Knight, for example, could be super valuable in sets like Savage. To give you a quick rundown, stats do matter more than sets early on, but then it gets to a point where builds become more efficient at what they do, and in order to be able to crack through them, not only the squishy DPS, but also the supports that are keeping them alive, you kind of need factors like Ignore Percent. Ignore Percent, even with slightly less stats in terms of like, we'll use Sun Wukong as an example. He's an attack-based champion, so attack and crit damage are valuable. Ignore Percent has higher value of importance than just those two base stats alone. So someone who has like 250% crit damage and maybe like 4k attack will do less damage than someone who's in Savage who has like maybe 500 less attack with maybe like 20 or so less crit damage. That Savage set will do more than the one that is not a Savage set, you know, as an example, or Ignore Percent set. So those are two of the dungeons I would say are worth farming for pretty aggressively. When they have the applicable events like the drop favors that we had a couple days ago, those are good times to invest into these two particular dungeons to start getting Savage gear up and running. Spider has lost its value a little bit because of the variable sets. So event dungeons, clan boss, Hydra in particular, And then, of course, the new Cursed City, which offers Supersonic and Merciless, right? Until you get to the point where you can farm those effectively, it still has its small layers of importance, but I wouldn't go overly out of my way to develop those. I think, honestly speaking, getting your artifacts online would probably be a little bit more important, and every now and then you do a little bit of a farm. I would say you would let, like, events and tournaments, especially if you're participating in fusions or something like that, that would be kind of more of the focus. But general consensus is, if my speed boosters are good, then there's not as much of an importance to going for speed gear at that point, right? Because you already fit the need. If your nukers are not good, then farming for Savage is probably more important, and vice versa, right? Maybe you're not fast enough. Maybe you need to farm more speed than at that point, right? That will hold its importance up. So, a great rule of thumb is to observe and understand what your limitations are, and the only way you're going to do that is by testing your experience. If you go into an arena fight and you feel like you're missing on one area or the other, notate that, and that'll give you a direction of where you're going to try to focus your farming efficiency during downtime. So remember, on a day-to-day basis, you're going to try to make progress on your missions as much as possible, but when you hit these roadblocks where it's like, okay, I got to wait for this to open up, I can't do anything there, then I would prioritize making progress in dungeons efficiently. What I mean by efficient, or consistently, excuse me. You want to increase consistency. Maybe you can farm 25, but it's not like 100% success rate. You want that consistency, because there's no point in you farming at these higher stages at the cost of all this limited resources that you don't already have. But if you can farm in hard and you can do it consistently, that should be your new plateau. And then when those events come up, that's when you dump a little bit of extra energy into it and you farm it. Normally during periods like what we are in right now, you don't overly tax your account. You kind of let your account naturally, don't let yourself stay at 130. Always let this farm up every 3 minutes or so. Keep it down to 0, basically. Farm something, and then let it recoup. Farm something again, keep it down. But you're not burning refills, because there's no incessant need for you to need to, like, I need to pump energy into this and get this done because I have a limited time, or I have a limited event that I'm participating in. That doesn't exist right now currently, unless you care about the current drop fever, which is cursed, right? So that's where I would say farm based off of what your teams are deficient in. I hope I sold efficiency properly. Those are two of the big ones I normally recommend players get involved in. Speed and Savage are the two big ones. That's not to say that you should neglect other dungeons and whatnot. Because you could take already good existing gear. Like that weapon I showed you earlier in your Savage department that you don't have any equipped on anybody. It's not 6-star, but the stat lineup is really good. Are you familiar with oils? Yeah, crime, you're not wrong. If you can master resources, you master this game pretty well. A little, okay. So, oiling, whether that's through artifact ascension or through accessories, which you kind of seen a little bit with like the thing, it's just an extra layer of stats. In particular, on the top row, you can get one of the 3 stats, which is HP, attack, and defense. Those are flat. You see how you don't have any percent. So whatever number you see there for attack and defense is 80 for 6 stars, and then I think it's like 14 and some change for 1200 or something like that, 1400, 12 to 1400 or something like that for HP on 6-star pieces, right? It obviously will be less as you go down in the stars, which is why you want to keep higher quality. But the middle row in particular is very, very important because you unlock percents as well. So, like, maybe an attack-type nuker, 50% ain't nothing to scoff at. At 6-star, it's 60%, right? Or 80% or whatever. What's another 20% on top of that? That's pretty significant, right? Imagine being able to do another 20% of any given stat you care about across 3 different pieces. That's a whole nother chess piece almost, right? Let me see if you have a a 6-star piece that we can look as a reference point? You do. Great. So yeah, it's 60 is the max, right? If you were just to, like, for hypothetically speaking, you have an HP based nuker and you wanted to get more HP because you want him to hit harder, right? 20% on the gloves from oils for a 6-star piece. The 20% you could get on the chest piece itself, 20% on the boots. That's basically the equivalent of another chest piece in terms of the primary stat. That's how powerful oiling is. It's almost like if you take the culmination of all the potential stats you can get from oils, that's like a whole nother gear piece. That'll be your 10th piece in his summary words, right? So farming oils and all that, it's nice. It's nice, but when you first oil, it's random what the type of stat you get is. When you get to the higher stages, you can use what's called dust, which allows you to re-roll it for a better piece, and you can infinitely do it until you hit the piece you're looking for, or the stat you're looking for. You don't have the luxury of getting that right now because you can't farm at the higher stage. But I would say maybe keeping a small amount of, like, oils every now and then, like at least a couple, like maybe 1,000 or so of this, just so you could throw one oil into each piece just to see if it hits a decent stat for the build you're doing. And at least you'll have that option, at least start opening up some of those stats. But this is not a high priority focus in terms of dungeons. Right now, to me, considering the fact that I'm seeing a lot of 4-star and maybe mixed in with some 5-stars, it means that your gear is on the developing side. Pretty hardcore. Like, even with some of the best nukers that you pointed out for me, I'm still seeing 5-star, 4-star pieces, which is a thing that you want to get away from. You want to upgrade your rarity. So that means the need to farm is pretty present. Right now, in my opinion, you need to farm for the gear pieces. Which means that, like, spare energy right now would be going to invest towards this. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put the next area, which is going to be Faction Wars. And this is where it's also it's going to kind of pivot a little bit. And I think you need to find I'm going to do this right here. So greater than or equal to is going to be my consensus about the difference between these two. Right now, you need to invest towards getting your champions developed better. And that can come in one of two different ways. One, you can obviously get their masteries done if they're not finished across the board, like your Yannicka, for example. But there's also champions that you're sitting on that you recently acquired that you could probably do some upgrades on. Like, I'm going to point out a few. Thylesia is great long-term. Venomage is great long-term. I think Archmage Helmet's worth bringing up. I think Steel Skull's worth bringing up. These are all different champions that can carry an account in various different areas of the game. Faction Wars, Sin City, maybe even miscellaneous stages. Like, there is the ability to do a solo dragon build with Venomage. You got to get there, but, like, it's possible, right? So, like, to open up some options for you, I definitely think you need to take some time and invest. To prioritize it, I would use Faction Wars, and that link that I showed you via... Let me pull this back up real quick. So if you're in my Discord, hopefully you got the roles you're looking for, but you go to the game discussion and raid channel, there's a pinned message section right... Let me delete that. That was a meme. That Fade made, that I think is good for a good reference point for you to, like, okay, these are champions that I think are going to be useful long term. You could use that as a reference because I gave him advice as to, like, what champions, rares, epics that like hold up well long term on an account. Use that as a reference point. It's something he blessed the community with that was originally intended just for him. He decided to share it with everybody, and you might as well use that to your advantage. If you don't know which ones to look for, use that as a reference point, okay? But start building teams for each faction. The goal is to develop a solid support, healer, cleanser, reviver, a solid DPS champion, nuker. I don't need to go into the description there. And tank can be control / support oriented. And then the last 2 slots can flex based on the team's needs from there. That's a good starting point. I like to add a control champion for one of the last 2 slots to help control waves while cooldowns are coming back up. That's just a generalistic approach to it. Obviously, like, there's a lot of caveats that go behind it. Like, for example, he's a great tank option, I feel like, but he's also kind of control oriented. He's also kind of a little bit like something of a sustain option slash utility. For like Shadowkin, that's a great example. So like you can have one champion that fits multiple modes, but the idea is you actually have one dedicated of each of those options to kind of help you push the narrative of getting through the stages safely. And this is where you can start getting acquisition of like Lydia, for example, who is a top tier champion even to this day. She'll help you out with efforts in dungeons, Hydra, Chimera, the works. This is one of the best free-to-play champions you can get your hands on. And that's why I say it's worth expiring to. But it also expresses the need to start building up champions, right? So the point of this is that your champion pool will need investment from a leveling and mastery farming standpoint. So look for key champions, use the reference material that I gave you, and then also look for, I guess you could kind of also tailor this in congruency with of your Ramatsu missions. Like, there's going to be some missions where it says you want to prioritize a specific faction. Use this as a good reference point. If you know this is coming up in the next couple days, start building your way up to being prepared for when that day comes. And that'll hit this as well as this. So hopefully that'll give you some focus. Can you help me make 1 hour to my team? I've done 59 mil already. Yeah, maybe I could do better. I need a better go, so maybe it's done. Bloody that's more of like a takeover thing. If you're interested, just do exclamation takeover. Just a little hard to do that with the dungeons I have. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Which is why I'm kind of like pushing you towards the direction of getting these missions and these free champions. I want you to get towards those as a goal for your immediate future, because they will open up your efficiency in being able to get those dungeons a little bit more pressed. Like, I'll give you an example. Let's see if you have them. This is a freebie I'm going to give you, okay? You have a cold heart. No royal, but that could be anybody. Let's see if you got anybody else that's kind of like similar. I mean, honestly, use like some woo or something like that, right? But on my YouTube, which is a great resource for you if you're ever interested. You notice how like you're not in Spider hard at the moment? This is OG SoulSaint when I first started off doing stuff. I want you to look at all the champions that I'm showing you right now. Royal Guard is an epic. Mithrala, Lydia are free-to-play champions. Let me hide chat real quick. They're free-to-play champions that everybody can get. Cold Heart you already have. And I'm trying to remember who the last one was. I think that was Husk. Let me double tap. Hold on. No, that's Seer. Seer's replaceable too as well. I don't think you have a Seer at the moment. But you can insert another damage dealer option there, right? Something similar to that comp can be achieved by yours. You already have the Cold Heart. If you make progress towards Mithrala and Lydia, that can get you all the way up to like stage 10 in hard. Literally, you could use a very similar approach to getting those champions online, and then you can kind of clear through with them. I'm pretty sure you could probably find some other options, but I'm just trying to give you inspiration is the main focus point of why farming for those champions is super valuable for you, because they will help you progress. And you're not looking to build Rome overnight. You're looking to make progress in these little small increments in this game, and that's what allows you to see a bigger picture. I think that's a pretty good starting point for where you should be at. I did say not to neglect your weeklies, but maybe not overly prioritize them just yet. Doom Tower, the way I would recommend players kind of look into this, a little bit is kind of like a free daily resource. So this is more of like a dailies thing. And Sin City. I'll make a little pivot for this too as well, since Faction Wars is kind of important here. I'll just do Sin City here. There will be overlap on champions that will be useful for you in Faction Wars that are also good for Sin City. Sin City. Considering your account's early phase, the goal... I'll just put DT here too as well. Is to get what you can and then keep it moving. It's more taxing to do like Sin City Doom Tower because you need specific champions, and you may have access to some of them. For Doom Tower bosses, look for resources on approaches to how to beat said bosses. My YouTube, I know, shameless plug, is a great asset for that. And literally, just to go back one page, this is Nether Spider Guide, which I give you an example of one way to do it. And I wouldn't be too surprised if you have some of those champions. Literally, this is actually so god tier that I said this and I'm doing it this way. You know how you have like Geomancer, but I called out like other champions that are super valuable for you? What was one of them I called out? It was, I know I seen you somewhere. Where are you at? Y'all know where I'm going. Your undeveloped Venomage, right? I want you to watch this video and you will see those two be the main reason why this is so easy to acquire. Literally a perfect example. You see how like there's overlap in like your areas of focus that kind of give you some value? For me, I used the Morgan as my heal reduction champion, but literally you can plug and play your Venomage, who also does it, and you have the perfect option. That's actually like the two that normally people use to beat Nether Spider. And the boss will kill himself. You literally just put champions that can heal your team and cleanse your team, and the boss will literally kill himself. So, like, it's a great example to kind of pay attention to like these overlapping champions that I keep referring to. Because it'll cover multiple areas of focus. And also my YouTube is a great asset for that. I know, shameless plug. I think whatever clan you decide to be in, you just do your best to kind of be involved. It looks like your clan is not able to participate. I don't know if AKG is recruiting. I can point you to Khan to have that conversation, but if you're looking for a better clan, he might have space. I'm not sure. If not, I think you want to get to a place where you're going in a clan that's active and you know, steadily making progress. This clan is very dead. And that's not going to help you out long term because you want to clear, you know, double chests every single day, not only in Demon Lord, but like Hydra and Chimeras in tandem with each other. Like, you really do want to have an active, healthy clan that's all making progress at a similar pace and a similar position you're in so that you can grow, hopefully with the same like-mindedness. So definitely look to consider. I don't know if this is a friend clan or whatever, or maybe this is just an active clan that you just jumped in, but I would look for something that aligns more with what your goal is, for sure. Soul has a YouTube, hashtag ad, hashtag small, sponsored, small wiener. I'm gonna plant it on your forehead, though. Big girth. Okay, all right, never mind. You might be right. But yeah, that's the whole point of where I would say you're at right now, currently. I think these are the big areas you should make some progress on. Clan boss, daily arena activity, pushing towards missions and goals. And then whenever you have downtime on progress here, start making some effort towards dungeons and faction war teams. And that will help you push in towards Doom Tower and Sin City. But I would look at it like this, man. If I were you on a daily basis, like Daily said, okay, I got 8 keys. Can I beat this boss? Okay, if I can, beat it, move on to the next stage. Sure. All the way up until the point where it's like, I can't beat this stage. All right. Then we take a break from here, move on to the next content. Push wherever I can. I would start hard. If you can't beat this stage, that's fine. Then go to normal. You know, always give yourself the opportunity to succeed. Don't say no right off the rep. Try it. Fuck up and fail. That's fine. And then when you realize, okay, I hit that roadblock, move on to back to pivot, you know, and then farm whatever you can to reasonably make some progress. So I think that helps you out on a daily basis, that helps you out on a weekly focus and a monthly focus to kind of keep your eyes peeled on what to look for while having a general mission across the board. So I feel like those are the big key areas I think you need to make improvements on. Great Hall, Clan Boss team is probably the most important one, but unfortunately, without champion pool, you're left to having to build traditional team. And then making efforts towards free-to-play champions that will help you improve in dungeons and other areas of the game. Do you have any questions for me so far? Do you want me to critique anything else on your account, sir? I think that's a great spot to be in. Don't wait, join and grow with your new clan. I would argue the sooner you make the change, the better it would be for you, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if your current clan is naturally clearing. Like, even just this alone, you may get 1 to 2 fragments from your Thrala, but if you don't clear this, that's all you're going to get. But if they clear this, then you're getting 2 chances at getting 2, you know, it just doubles your acquisition rate, right? Same thing's also true for wherever you're at in Chimera and all that. For all content, each team will be kind of different, but I think I kind of explained that already with like your dungeon focus as to what areas you want to prioritize. Speed is universally good across the board. Savage for the farmable set is probably good across the board for all your damage-based nukers. But I would say like regeneration could be really key for like maybe some niche comps here. I don't think you have the champions to do that one just yet, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, Wartech, maybe you can at least make it to like a couple higher stages. No Wartech. Shield set, honestly, Fire Knight kind of seems like where you need to be at. Get shield, regen, savage, stun sets are great. Speed for Dragon's Lair. There could be an argument if you're running like a traditional team, you can use Stalwart on your supports to give your team overall like more mitigation. That's like creating a passive via sets, you know what I mean? Like, you know how Duchess has like that AoE damage mitigation? Stalwart can be useful there, especially if you're going to run like ally protection teams to get your clan boss team off the ground. That's a good farming spot. But that's kind of where you're at right now. I think the way you should ask your question is, I'm trying to build a team for X mode. These are the champions I think will be best suited to me. Do you have an idea of what would be like good items for them? And then that could be a bit of a focus. But generalistically speaking, supports in like a supporting type set, shield, I mean, Stalwart, relentless regeneration, things like that. And then your general damage dealers in a nuker build, you know, merciless, savage, lethal, to name a few. But it's kind of hard to just say you need to farm at like all sets or this, that, and the other for things. I'm trying to be generalistic since this is a general coaching session and not so much a specific dungeon team build, you know? Each one will have its own needs, and you would just tailor your focus on building those champions based off of the needs of that team. As for build critiques outside of that, I think you got a good approach for your nukers. I think you understand how to crit cap. Do you understand the difference between a debuff damage dealer and a damage dealer? You understand the difference between those two, right? Like Nishak is a debuff damage dealer. He's not someone that's going to do damage based on hitting people. It's going to be based on the fact that he places bombs. Whereas someone like Ninja, for example, or better yet, let's use Rathalos, is based off of when they hit you, they wanted to hurt, right? Those are two different build strategies. I'm not sure if you understand that, but if you want me to go into detail, I can clarify. No. No. So, bombs are a great example of like debuff-based damage dealers. Poisons are another. Who would I use as an example for a poisoner? Probably Theodore. So Theodore, his hits don't necessarily hurt. Literally, the other two abilities don't even do like on hit damage besides the A1. But the A1 isn't designed to be a hitting, like, oh, it hurts when you get hit. It's more so for the placement of the debuff. So in this regard, he's better off getting poisons off and then activating them. That's what makes him valuable, right? But that's all debuff centric. So in order to land a debuff, you need accuracy unless it states otherwise that it's irresistible. So one of the biggest focuses is getting accuracy. Then you obviously don't want to be slower than the enemy if you can help it, or you want to be speed tuned appropriately. So obviously speed, and then of course like tankiness. You want to survive hits that you're going to take. That's how I would build like a debuff oriented champion. Now for bombers, it's kind of more so whatever their primary stat value is for bombs is going to define that. So like for example, Nishek is an attack based one, so his bombs scale off of attack. Most of them do. There are some exceptions like Commodus, who is a mythical. His stuff scales off of HP. When basically the way you want to do is you want to have enough accuracy to land the debuff, because that's the most important part about their kit. And then you want it to do extra pop value, right? Which is where it scales off of whatever their primary stat is. And then, of course, you want it to be fast. And those are like the big stats you look for on those type of utility debuff-centric damage dealers. Being ignore percent doesn't do any value because you're not looking for the hit to do damage. You're looking for the debuff to do damage. So you don't build Nishak in an ignore percent set. You build them maybe something that is aligned with accuracy, speed, which are the two stats I talked about, and then maybe something that gives like attack as a value. An example could be like, I don't know, let's use something simple. You know, something that gives extra attack or something like that. But honestly, more often than not, you can get your attack values via just the individual stats themselves, and I would just prioritize the other two stats, which are harder to accomplish, which is accuracy and speed. Then for damage dealers, depending on their kit, it's the exact opposite, where the ignore percent set is super valuable. If he has some kind of interaction where his scaling is based off of being able to land burns or being able to do that, then accuracy has its importance up to a certain point. That point will be defined based on the fight you're happening. And another great pivot here is if you're not sure what stats to go for, same website that I used earlier to help you find about goals and missions and whatnot, right? Is a great place to also learn, okay, I'm trying to make progress in Spider, for example, right? We're trying to get into hard difficulty. We want to hit the highest stage, right, for the best gear. Well, the accuracy chest, because the boss has 320, means you need to have 345. After that, you can go raw damage all you want. So, like, for someone like Ninja, if I want to land those burns or activate those burns or whatever the case may be, I'll hit that minimum accuracy stat check, and then I'm ramping as much damage as I can into him. So, you know, the same values of like perception or maybe even feral that give the accuracy and the speed you're looking for, great. But you're still going to push that damage. I'm going to go to my account real quick and I'm going to show you an example. Chimera is a big focus for me, right? And Chimera has a much, much more higher demanding stat value than any of the other places in the game almost, right? Doesn't really matter the rotation for this example. But like on the top end side, you want at least like 475. That's to have a 95% chance to place a debuff, right? So on my account, I'll use my Alaz as an example. He's a defense-based nuker, so 100% crit rate with defense and crit damage as a focus for his damage output, right? But you notice how I still have like up there in the 400s of accuracy? That's because he places things like HP burn, true fear, for example, which are valuable in that fight. So I get enough accuracy to land the debuffs. Keep in mind he has ignore resistance in his kit, so I don't need the exact, 475. I need a little bit less than that, right? Then that's why it's a little bit lower. But even then, I'm still pretty close to that number, right? But then I'm still stacking as much damage as I can after that fact within a reasonable speed number. That's a great example. So his main value is that he does on-hit damage, but he also does benefit from doing debuffs, much like Ninja or insert, whatever your DPS that does like a little bit. For example, Xenomorph for your account would be really good for your Demon Lord team. He needs accuracy to place those poisons, but he also needs to hit hard too. So that's a good combination of where you need enough accuracy, but then you're pushing damage stats. And then, of course, those that don't have any debuffs, you just want raw damage, then you just, ignore the accuracy part of that whole conversation and just go raw damage, So, hopefully that helps out a little bit in terms of, like, how to see the difference of building out those type of champions. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. If there's no other questions, that's pretty much where I would say you're at right now. I could go further into details about how to prioritize like Chimera and all that stuff like that, but to be quite honestly with you, I think you have your hands full with a lot already that you need to kind of do. I'm going to go ahead and just say this. Extra resources. Obviously, your fellow content creators have their value. Take what's good from those videos and discard the rest. We all have our own methodologies of how we would do certain things in the game, and that's perfectly fine. I have my method of madness. They have their method of madness. That's fine and dandy. Take what's good for you, discard the rest. Also, in my Discord, look for resources in the pinned messages of the associated area. I'll just say general discussion has the most pinned info. Use that as a resource, and don't forget to ask. Closed mouths don't get fed. Talk in the Discord. Someone and almost everyone is willing to give info on their experiences that could help you. That's a generally good approach to that. All right. If there's nothing else for me on that front, Predator, I'm gonna simplify everything in a quick set of sentences. You want to get your clan boss team, Demon Lord specifically, online for Ultra Nightmare as one of your biggest priorities. Target champions that can give you block damage or unkillable. Or if you have to go a traditional route, look to give set bonuses or anything like that that can help you survive the long haul so you can get as much damage as you can out. Longevity equals more damage. Quick burst means that you're going to get a lot of damage out in one go, but you won't be able to sustain it, which means that you're going to have shorter runs, which means you have less damage overall. So longevity is the name of the game for traditional teams. To get shards, which will open the door for you to be more efficient in other areas of the games, particularly some of your focuses that I think you should prioritize is your daily arena. Try to stay on top of that so you can improve your Great Hall, which will help you out towards your missions and just generally your account in general, which will segue to missions being your big focus in terms of what to look for on a daily basis. Hey, can I make progress in my Arbiter missions? Yes, great. If not, then you can pivot towards things that'll help out your account from an account standpoint. Dungeon farming for better gear for your champions, or developing champions, maybe going to 12-3 in campaign to farm for silver and also develop food for your champions to get ranked up so that you can get those champions online for faction wars. Those are two areas that I would say you're going to need to spend some time doing, which means you're going to need energy, you're going to need gems for energy, and that could be something to also consider buying down the road if you're interested in spending. That will eventually open the door for you being more effective in areas like Doom Tower, Sin City, Hydra, etc., 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 and that will be where the game will explode and you're going to have Craigasms nonstop having fun playing this game, and that's where it gets really, really fun. You're almost at that step-off point where it's like the game opens up for you. Getting that clan boss online is going to be the thing that's going to be like, all right, my shard intake is coming steady, and it's going to be really, really good. How you do that is going to be completely up to you. I gave some examples of ways to build up teams for faction wars, as well as go first and go second style teams for arena, to name some of the focuses you're going to want to have. And I also gave a little bit of a note towards how to prepare for your clan boss team focus. If you want more details or if you want help building that out, that's a totally different takeover, unfortunately. But I think it's a good starting point to give you at least a little bit of ground. Do I farm dungeons when there's a 3x, like for example, Savage for Fire Knight? I think the answer is yes, but don't burn like gems and stored energy. Use like your regenerative energy. You see how like I'm under 130 right now? And while I was talking to you, it was slowly regrouping. I could do one more run now for any dungeon, which I'll just throw in Spider since I need some silver. I could do that real quick, and I keep it below 130. I would do that on a regular basis. Now, you could speed up the tempo if you buy energy and all that stuff like that, and that's perfectly fine. but I don't want to force you to spend because this game can still be enjoyed from a free-to-play standpoint, just at a different tempo. And as long as you're aware of that, this game can be very enjoyable. Now, if you like a faster tempo, then you may need to consider spending. And that's just the reality of this game in general. It can be enjoyed free-to-play. It can be enjoyed even faster at a much more pay-to-win rate. And that's just the general truth of it. But I do think the answer is yes. You always want to farm something. I think if you want to balance it out, here's like if you're genuinely not sure, depending on what your focus is in the missions, they should hopefully guide you. If you don't know exactly at that point, you can always work towards, hey, I want to farm some more gear. You could throw it in for Savage for the one night. Or I need to start working towards some champions. You can start throwing some of the, 12-3 grind where you're farming up food at that point for the experience side, right? You can go into one of those two areas, or maybe you need more speed. You could pick a speed run every now and then, and you could just bounce between those throughout the weeks until you get to the point where like there's something that demands you to put a lot more scratch involved. 3x speed or 3x Savage or fusion or Titan event that's like super lucrative for you. But in the meantime, what you're doing is you're letting the stuff that goes into your storage box. And what I mean by storage box, I'm talking about this right here, your inbox. You let that sit there, like the 100 I have, I'm going to let that sit there until I absolutely need to claim it or I have the need to use it, right? I'll go even further beyond. I have 62 days left on 25,000 energy right now. I'm not touching that unless I need to. I'm sitting until an event requires me to actually pull for it, and I'm going to use my restorative energy to accommodate my daily aspect while I'm waiting. So yeah, that's all there is to it, brother. I do have a YouTube video, and this is where I would definitely recommend you take a little moment to peruse a little bit. I won't lie, I've been slacking off a little bit on my YouTube grind here a bit, but if you scroll down a little bit, you'll start seeing some more free-to-play oriented or more progression-oriented type content. A lot of my stuff has recently leaned towards more end-game content, but I'm pretty sure... if you were to Google SoulSaint Raid resource management, let's do energy. Right there, how to spend your energy resources wisely. And I even give an example where you see like this is like extra energy that's over the allotted amount. This one's the exact like 130 out of 130. And I say those are bad. And then like the one that says 112 out of 130 is a great example of good because you're regenning, whereas the top two options are not regenning and the bottom one is. Which means that you're not wasting free energy that could be coming in over recuperation, So that's one example. And I also talk about other areas of the game, too, where you could save up and whatnot. Give it a watch. It's 2 years old, but I think it still has its merit. It still has its value. Yes, exactly. Normally, if it has, like, the ones that are, like, only 2 days or whatnot, you may have to use those before the 2 days is out. But, like... most refills, like the daily refills that you get from like quests or whatever, they go to your inbox, I believe, right? Or the ones that go to your inbox, just let them sit there. You get like at least 99 days with it, right? So like I don't need to touch this for a while if I don't have to, right? So like why use it then? Now that's a good free to play value, and I think during this video when I was doing the video, I was playing more from a free-to-play standpoint. Where I'm at now in the game, and I just want to just delineate the two, I'm much more of a spender now than I am a free-to-play player. So take that in mind that my philosophy of how I'm going to move in this game may be different from what I would suggest in the video. But the video is tailored more towards a free-to-play friendly route where you're efficient with managing your resources because they're limited. Pay-to-win SoulSaint is going to just go buy it if he has the means to do so, And even then... I'm still not letting my free energy go to waste, you know what I mean? So, just keep that in mind. Also, be aware of the markets that are available to you. I didn't talk about this much, but there may be some good pieces in there that may be upgrades for you. If they're not too overly expensive for where your account is at, buy them. Mystery shards are always great resources to get, I feel like. Clan Shop, when it refreshes every week, it's a great place to get stuff like silver. This is where you want to be in a good clan. Legendary skill tomb. I'm just going to go and buy that now. You can get relic materials and some other miscellaneous stuff that could be valuable for you. Maybe you are hurting on silver. This is not a bad resource where you can, get this for the doing stuff that you would normally do in the game, like, you know, clan quest, or you know, participating in those clashes where you can get some additional rewards, you know? I think it comes with the chest, yeah. So, stuff that you're going to do anyways, you can get more value out of it, right? So don't forget to, like, take a look at some of those shops and just get what's useful for you. I would say maybe not so much the ring chickens, and skins are vanity. They're not really, like, actual good for your account. They're just something that is an extra little bit of, like, you know, I can flex. I have a different type of skin than my normal arbiter would. That's fine, but just understand that it doesn't really provide any big substantial value for you besides maybe dopamine. I don't know. Yeah, and just get what's useful for you. And honestly, understand that this game is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You're gonna have to sometimes struggle with the fact that you don't have something, and that's a painful realization. The only way you can speed that up is if you get lucky, or if you get more chances at something, which means you have to spend a little bit. So just keep that in mind. I'm gonna send everything I wrote to you in. I was writing in this little document. I'm gonna post it to you in your DMs, so you could have it for reference. If you have any other extra questions for me, you can feel free to ask me in DMs. I'll try to follow up within the next 2 days or so. That'll be my time allowance for it. Outside of that, though, that'll be pretty much all I have to offer. And thank you once again. Yo, big salute to Predator for those of you guys that are listening in. I know this kind of pivoted to a takeover time frame, but big salute to him. Every single takeover you do helps me pay my bills or helps me invest into my account further. So it helps me out just as much as it helps you out. It's a nice little win-win for both of us, and I appreciate it. You know, you could have went to anybody else, but you went to me. So gracias, mi amigo. And enjoy the game, man. Enjoy the game. It's going to be fun. I think like you're almost at that point where like you got all the bells and whistles to really enjoy the game. And I think you're getting there. Don't get too distracted in the new content that comes out, because we don't know to the exact brevity that the new content is going to be impactful on each account. Just like how I talked about Doom Tower and Curse City, areas that you may not be prioritizing right now, get what you can out of it, and then keep it moving towards your main focuses right now. You need to get off the ground, right? Right now, you got a foundation. It's not fully developed, but you got at least a solid foundation to work off of, right? Keep building on top of that. Don't try to aim for the 10th floor when you haven't built floors 1 through 9. And Grim Forest, although it may be available to you, I don't know exactly what account level you're at, doesn't necessarily mean you're ready for it as a big focus. You jump in with what you got. If you do great. If you can't, understand that you know that's not your main focus right now. Move on to the projects that do matter for you, and then come back to it whenever you do find a new bells, a new whistle, or maybe you got
some new clothes for some of your enchantments that could slam a little bit better. But yeah, go give it a rundown. But just understand that like new content that come out may not be exactly your main priority focus. That would, but don't prioritize it too early on, unless you're ready for it, which your account is not. I'll be real. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I definitely think you should try it out. Enjoy the game for however you want. You know, you got your pace. But if you're talking about from a min-maxing progression standpoint, there's other areas of the game you need to prioritize right now. Yeah, big salutes again to Predator, man. Thank you guys for listening to me yap all this entire time. I kind of took a little bit longer than I felt like I needed to.
good. You motherfucker. You go, girl. All right. Did you have time to do that clan boss or wait a day? Did you get anything new? I did send you some messages. I didn't get any follow-up from you, brother. When was the last time we spoke? Would you be open to maybe trying it tomorrow? He did what you asked. Okay. Yeah, I think we try for it tomorrow, huh? You think you can set some time aside for that? Am I still under the voice mod? No way. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's try for it tomorrow. Just remind me tomorrow when you get on. When I get on, I'll set some time aside for you. I got you, brother. Yeah, what's up, J-Hubs? Any tips to get the horse faster? Any really big obstacles to save for last RD? What is RD? And like, faster for what? What time would that be? I'm normally live, so I started my stream about almost 5 hours ago. Puffed. I'll be around all day during that period. So go back 5 hours, starting there. Anytime from there onwards, I'll be available. I may be doing my dailies or whatever, but we'll do it during that day, around that time frame. Last part of Quest. Ah, okay. You're pushing for Marius, right? Or do you already have Marius? To get the horse faster, you don't have Marius. Honestly, the best advice I can give you is that there's going to be periods where you're going to need to either be patient or you're going to need to invest a bit more. The biggest roadblocks that I have seen for Marius missions were two. It was getting mythical gear. And then the last ones are the essence runs, which are... Yeah, these are the key roadblock ones. I mean, this is actually really good advice right here. The earn 80 immortal, there's a 41 and there's an 81, I think, towards the tail end. Yeah, 80 right there, and then the 40 before that, which is like earlier in the same grouping right here. Those, the only way that I can see you progressing that faster is if you put more gems in play and you're shooting your shot. At a minimum, I would do Void Day. When the Iron Twins is void, that's when you do double dip at the very minimum. But when I got to those missions, I did refills for keys. I did that daily. And it still took me about 2 weeks. And then the dungeon ones for the mythical materials or the mythical artifacts, I would say my experience was luckier than others because there was big events like 3x Savage, 3x Speed that I did at the same time. So I just put a lot of energy to farm that anyways. And I achieved those at the same time too, but it's going to be very energy dependent. I don't know if you are free to play or what your resources looking like, but those would be the two ones that I would be prepared to throw a little bit more at, and that'll speed you up along the way. Outside of that, the other time gate is just the Iron Twins affinity, and then arena / spending coins. There are some where you need to use like upgrade a champion to rank 4 or 3 in Awakening. And you want 6 different artifacts like boots, helmet, weapon, shield, gloves, and all that stuff like that for Impulse, and I think also Zeal. So while you're doing your LA, make sure you, at the very least, even if it's a crap piece, you have one of each type and you sit on it so that when the time comes, you can equip one champion with all 6 pieces, finish the mission, and then you can delete the crappy pieces if you want. Any idea why auto Shogun runs turn off 100% on auto mobile? No. You either run out of energy or you lose connection or you set up your multi-battles to only go up to a certain point. I don't know. Yeah. Saving your gems and saving your energy for those grindy moments are going to be very important. This is more of a tediousness. It's not difficult. I would argue as long as you're aware of it. Here, I'll post this in chat for you to kind of read at your own luxury. But yeah, besides those two big noticeable ones, those are the only two that I would say that had a major impact in terms of how quickly you can get them. Now, obviously, there are a couple where it says you have to win like certain amount of battles. I would argue that like the 40 live arena battles is probably better to do off season, not during season. Right now we're in the middle of seasonal, actually on the tail end of seasonal. I kind of been failing a little bit, boys. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I would say seasonal wise, maybe don't get active then, but in like 6 days, 14 hours, you're gonna lose seasonals, and the matchmaking is so much more easier, in my opinion. So I would do that. I would do that if I were you. That's when I would like crank out some LA wins. Is continue with max experience checked? That could also be it too. Like basically the auto battle setup is messed up. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. That's it. That is it. Okay, I think I've done enough yapping. I took a little bit of a break. Let's get into... Let me just double tap with the boys here and see where they're at. These boys are eating really, really good right now. Yeah, I don't see us having too much problems kind of steamrolling this clan, unfortunately. Yeah, so I don't need to worry about that. I'm gonna go ahead and let's gear up for Titus. It's a takeover. You did Chimera, question mark? No, I haven't done it yet. I'm gonna knock out my Hydra first, and then I'll prioritize. I'll prioritize Chimera afterwards, if anything. I think I'm gonna do one throwaway key, which is gonna be a Titus key. I might do one for normal real quickly, and then I think I'll do maybe one try-hard team for whatchamacallit. I want to see... I'm assuming, Armand, you finished all your keys already, right? Yeah, if you finished off your keys already, I guess this is a non-point, but I did like the idea that you had with your team. It's different than everything that we've done before, and I think that could be pretty fun to do. I don't know. I give it to you, no interruptions. Yeah, let's gear up for tits. That was Titus. Let's do Lamasu. Yumiko. So, Lamasu, Titus, Yumiko, Grip Tuck number 2. Let's go Wixywell. Predator, if you're still here, sir, I'm going to show you the power of Wixwell here in a minute as to if you're looking for a champion that could give you a lot of good value. I'm going to show you him in action here in just a moment. He's very, very strong for what he does. Now, he can't do everything by himself, but with a combination of champions, including him being one of the most important ones, super, super valuable. Hatter. I'm missing Hatter. Yep, I'm missing Hatter. Okay. Let's pray that this builds are, I say the right presets. We'll see. Can you run a Wixwell team on a Hydra? Why, yes, I can. Say less, brother. I didn't change any relics over for Titus, so he's not going to perform like overly crazy. But yes, you can. To answer your, like, to not be dickish about it. Yeah, you can. There's more than one way. There's variations and obviously all that good stuff, but yes. Like CB, I will. I mean, you mean like clan bosses in like Demon Lord? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes, sir. You got to give it a minute. I'm ramping right now. There's a lot of science behind this. I got a science. Science bros. Still ramping.
SoulSaint fucking pumps. SoulSaint is the dankest.
Was up.
Yo, what's up, patient? How you doing, man? Doom dum 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 dum. I'm gonna play the safe route because this guy's a pain in my butt. And we're gonna get feared here a lot, so this will give me a chance to stack up some stackies and then, you know. I'm getting you out of here early though. Oh, I went on him. All right, now that he's gone though, we can get back to offensive. Two more. I think one more extendo by him is going to put us where we need to be at. Crap. Good. I think I'm still not maxed, ironically enough. Do you remember W2M? Are you talking about Want to Mess? I know I know of the name. I don't know the person like that though, to be honest with you. There it is. You see how it just like looks super clumped up now? Maximum damage. Oh, that's one good one. Up. One more. Sucks that he's about to get eaten too. I just realized it. For it. There's the numbers. Let him cook. Perfect time to get eaten too. I got the thing on. No, it's second eat on crooked tits. All right, we're gonna reset. You got a quad speed relentless weapon just now. Feels good, man. Ooh. My only penta was re-rolled into flat defense. That sucks. Unlucky. Nice. I almost pressed the wrong button. I've been redirecting debuffs over here. Yeah, shout out to Yumi. This is starting off a little bit slower than I like, though. I ended up A2ing by, or A3ing by accident here. This is where we save a little bit of the kit. Dum 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 dum. I wanted to go on Wixwell and Lamasu early on. Is ideally what we get here. Nice. Nice! That's a huge start. This is the run, boys. That's not good. I gotta go for it. This is too good damage. No, you're fucking up the program here, sir. Oh, but we made it through. Pog. Oof. Yeah, why are we clutching up right now? Yo, hold up. That's not the one I wanted, but that's okay. Yeah, it's alright. Not bad. Bad for it. Bing, 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 bing. Oh my god. Of course. Of course not. I should have just played it safe. Hiya. Let's just do this. Damn, it's gonna impact us a little bit. Fortunately, I don't really have any options here. I gotta kind of just chill. That was really, really bad timing on that. Yeah, that was really bad timing. I messed up for real. I'm gonna lose 2 here. I'm gonna lose a lot more, actually. Shit, is it even worth keeping? the shield's kind of built up, so I can always get these back. I am for real. There we go. I could just extendo until he gets back to this, and then we can keep most of our buffs up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait. 3? Yeah, I'm at 10 still. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Huh? Going on. It's puppy love. Ooh. All right, we should be able to clear it still. It's not gonna be a problem. I am for real. Damn, that hit. Okay. Let me count this one more time just to make sure I'm not fucking up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'm at 10. Son of a gun. Okay. I'm pretty sure I don't have a relic on Titus right now. I think. I think. All right. I play this like a wimp because she's not under bail. So let's just go A2. We'll hit the tanky one for now since nothing there, and I can use these two maybe if I get lucky. Actually, that may not matter. Yeah, that actually doesn't matter. I'll put it. That's fine. We'll just keep it rolling. I need him to get his turn so I can slam. In the meantime, I gotta play a little bit safer. Come on, give it to Ta. Oh, fuck, one of those two would have been nice. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I might need to throw a heal in here somewhere. Oh. Damn, I don't want to do it until he's ready to go. But I also don't want to let this bozo stay up for too long either. Maybe that's a blessing, actually. Let these guys get their turn so I can actually slam them here. Come on. Come on, you next. Nice. Very nice. Okay, we're gaming. You know what? I'm going to throw an A1 in there. Let's get that so you can extend it. And there's literally just a rinse and repeat of this, but like you kind of see where like the damage output. There's obviously some caveats, and I don't want to just say like, oh, Wixwell's the answer to this, but you notice how I have like an infinitely growing shield, or what would be considered an infinite shield. That's kind of the premise where Wixwell can be really usable. So he not only extends the buffs and whatnot, but he also grows the shield out, which is crazy strong. And you can even partner like alternatives. Like the champions I'm using are just an example of different ways you can do it, but there's like rares that you can actually go out and farm, I believe, in the campaign, and you can use them to do something very similar to this for a clan boss team. What are the rares? There's like Valerie and then Demon Sprite? Something Sprite? It's a demon. It's a rare demon. And that's kind of like the whole context of what I was saying, why like watching this is kind of good, because it can give you an example of like a strategy that can get you to the finish line. Like honestly, if you get a Wixwell, you could do a team, brother. You know what I mean? You could do a team. Hellborn Sprite, thank you. Yeah. Exactly. Please don't be on Titus. Gosh darn it. I want at least like third or fourth eat that it's not on him. So I can stack up and get more damage for longer turns. There we go. I just fucked with the rotation. I'm not used to her being that slow. It's kind of weird. Yeah, Hellborn Sprite's a good example. For those of you guys that run something similar for Titus, how bad was your runs this week? I feel like mine's is already kind of sounding questionable. I feel like the game is expressing how much I don't like this team. I'm already over it for it. It's not even hard either. That's the part that's annoying me, I guess. I gotta deal with the fact that it's just RNG when it comes to the placement. I got 3%. I turned 93 or so yesterday. Said fuck it and saved the key. Okay, so it's not just me that has to deal with the bullshit. That's nice to know. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That made me feel better. Thank you. I needed that. A's probably first key turn limit again. No shot. Thank you. I forgot about that. Maybe. That's unlucky that it fell off. Just before I got the turn, too. This Giga sucks, because I wish we killed that one sooner than that. I could have maybe got a Hex there. That's alright, though. Yeah, we're good. Okay, it's not my Titus, so we're good to go there. Thank the Lord. I kind of have to play this slowly, unfortunately. Very unlucky. I'm gonna take the L here, though. I don't know if I can crack through this guy or not, but we're gonna try. Okay, we can, but... no sauce there for it. Yeah, that's fine. I played with that loss of mine. Unlucky. Good. Kind of wanted on Wixwell, though, the most. Unlucky. Yeah, dude. I feel like I'm behind again. You gotta chill, sir. There we go. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind. Normally by the 20s, I want to say I got a W there. That's all right, though. I don't want to target it directly. But maybe we slam it, we give it to him. Come on, baby. Yeah. Unlucky. We got a good 2-2 going now, too. It's not bad. This music sounds like Super Mario. I think it's just it says old school music on a Nintendo Switch, so you're kind of not wrong. Kind of. Kind of. Unlucky. Dee-nee-nee. Nice. Okay. I can hit off with this one and kill both. Decent damage, too. Lucky. Oh, we got it! Let's go! Nothing! That's actually huge. Now I just needed to not go on Titus, and we got our money's worth right here. You know, I haven't played a Super Mario game in a minute, brother. For nostalgia's sake, I haven't done it in a while. What was the last Super Mario game we played? Was it Super Mario RPG? My God, has it been that long? Oh my God, it has been that long. That's crazy to say, too, considering how long it's been, too, as well. Jesus. All right. Gartek's about to get eaten here. It's probably going to be this one, too. Please no Wixwell. Please no Wixwell. Please no Wixwell. Motherfucker, it's on Wixwell, isn't it? I'm about to not care no more. How many eats was that, though, on a real note? Was that 3 or 2? Was that literally only 2? Oh, my God. Ah. Sorry, no Titus. I didn't want to go on Titus. I didn't want to go on Titus, man. Shut up. Y'all know what I meant. Okay. I think I'm gonna just ride this one out. I don't want to spend all day doing this. Damn, dude, we had like good setup too and everything, man. I hate this key the most because, like, at least the trend key takes skill, you know. This is just RNG. It literally is just RNG, like straight up. I'm not a fan of it, to be honest. Unlucky. Oh, I still can kill 2 though. I'm probably gonna get like maybe 4 bill, 5 bill, or something like that out of this, depending on how the RNG of the head spawns are. We'll see. You guys are bullies. Well, I guess it wasn't Wixwell. I meant Titus. Of course, that bozo has to be the one that grabs it too. Hiya. Shaking my head. And this fucking guy keeps trying to take my shit. Sort of. Yeah, we should be able to get, I think, maybe 5 out of this. That's fine. I'll take a 5 Billy. Maybe you spoke to right the first time and said, please not Titus instead of Wixwell, the game might have listened to you. You know something? Ligma. Motherfucker. Dum 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 dum. Bruh. Got 3 turns left? Okay. Yeah, I'll probably get a little bit over 5. Nothing too crazy, though. Shit, maybe not even. I'm for it. Go, go, go. Goop, goop, goop. No, I'm not even gonna get that. Ah! All right, that's it. With pleasure. Who is fapping? Yeah, okay. Well, my ego, but I'm on cooldown now. I'm for it. Could you imagine they actually broke it out? Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not supposed to happen. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why don't you break them out and grow them from scratch? Because like you lose the set bonus shield, which makes kind of like a lot of the output. One shield. I mean, you can still technically do it, but like, it's not really all that, to be honest. Output wise, like I'll show you. I'll show you. Give me a second. It's not as good. You said Evo hairline, and no, you ain't talking. Don't you got some kind of kitty random gameplay thing that you got to play? I forgot the name of the game is that you're a fan of. It's trash! What up, Constant? How you doing? The ability to grow the shield is actually kind of rough. Watch his shield, and you'll see what I mean. The growth is really, really bad. Oh, fuck. Well, there goes that. Yeah, I don't know how we recover this, to be honest with you. I got feared. It's not really worth it, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like it is, at least. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, it's cooked. See, like, at that point, I might as well just start over, to be honest with you. My God, we're still in our cooldown, too. The fear kind of fucked us a bit, to be honest, but... You need more buffs on oh, more buffs on him for max growth. Yes, I am aware. I am aware, sir. Yes, sir. I am aware. Oh, lucky. I don't know if I can catch it in time. I think she's going to be off sync a little bit. Bing, ding, bing, 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 bing. That boy's spitting. You hear that? Bing! Bing, 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 bing. Ouch. Ouch. Fuck you. Bing, 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 bing. I'm not gonna play around with this. We're gonna make sure she gets out. Bing, 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 bing. I think they're off sync now too as well in order for me to get it. So I'd have to give him like an increased speed, which he's too maxed out on in order to enjoy. So it's a little fucky right now, to be honest with you. And being able to sustain this is going to take too much time to a point where it's like almost not even worth. It's kind of what the concern is, to be honest. Yeah. Unfortunately, I guess I could kind of do it this way. This might actually still sync it up a little bit where I can still gain some more stacks there. But I have to use him a lot in that regard, so that's a big damage loss. It's really not worth it, to be honest with you. Kind of went there, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna try to crack that one open. Oof. I'm gonna try to give him another shield again. I'll extend it with him too. I kind of need to do this so I can at least break him out one time. Which means I'm going to lose a stack or two already. That's all right, though. Yeah, my clan definitely had weeks at the bottom, and all of a sudden we've been doing well. Sorry, man. Wait, who? What clan are you talking about? I think he's in a good enough spot now where he can get it before them now, because of the way that I got eaten up. Damn, this next one's gonna kind of suck a little bit because he gets feared too. Oh, never mind. We're goated. Nice. You know, I'm gonna use this to play this like safely. There we go. Ow. I still had some I can give him to. Okay. Did not know that. Unlucky. Yeah, we're gonna lose the whatchamacallit. The oh my god, we are. Unlucky. Yeah, this one's over. Say Levy. I don't think it's worth it after you lose Titus, man, to be honest. Or yeah, after you lose him one time, you lose like a second shields. And I'm only running 2 from Icom, so it's kind of like you take a big damage loss, unfortunately. It's almost not even worth it. Yeah, it's not worth it. So if I was to try hard for this week, I think we would have to reset at that point. I'd want at least like four. I think 4 would probably be a safe number. Yeah, about 4 before I would be okay with like a potential lock-in. But this is like what, 30? That's kind of a bit early. Bing, 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 bing. That's okay though. Black top, big t-shirt, Billie Eilish. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's like anything else. I can technically say that like if I get Wixwell himself, if I get him a actual little cardiac heart too, I think he will get my next one. If I do get one, then I'll probably care about this team a little bit more. But to be honest with you, it's not a big prio for me at the moment. Right now, to be honest with you, what I would like to improve more would probably be like Chimera. Once we get to Chimera, then I feel like that's where I guess we can come back to Hydra. I don't know. Kind of feel like Hydra, we don't really have many problems like that, though. Also, this is a holiday period, too. Not everybody's, like, super try-hard at the moment. That's it. All right, that's my keys for the week. We're chilling. We're chilling. Black top, big t-shirt, Billy. Go on, knock out Brutal. Dang, did reset already hit or no? Is Grip City tomorrow or Thursday? I don't know for sure. I think it's Thursday. I'd say expected Thursday. Maybe tomorrow, actually. I don't know. I have to go back and look and see if they talked about the time frame. I believe it's tomorrow. If I want to say correctly, I think it's tomorrow, but don't quote me on that. I want to say tomorrow. Yeah, it's happening this week. All right, while we got a minute, since we're talking about that, I saw this get passed around in the Discords quite a bit. Which boss do you guys feel like is going to be the hardest? God, I like as I'm clicking through each one of these is like the wall of text is fucking scary. I believe the big baddie is LeShun, right? Yeah, that's the big bad. That's the big baddie there. Bing, 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 bing. I know I'm running. Does that mean tomorrow we get the inventory slots and everything? I think everything goes live tomorrow, if I remember correctly. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited. It's new. It's new stuff, so fuck it, brother. Somebody made it. I'm looking for something real quick, but somebody made a little cheat sheet thing, Bob, and I want to bring that up too as well, because I noticed this when I was looking at the initial like bosses themselves, that I thought would actually be pretty cool. Oh, everybody like a daze. I think I saw an RSL leaderboards, I think. Let me see. Maybe I can find it there. I know I'm running away from moments coming. Do 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 do. There it is. I found it. Wrong button. Or wrong screen. All right. Let's see here. They're releasing this week. Nice. Yeah, it drops tomorrow. I think I need those slots. Got inbox and items disappearing in 4 days. Really? Will it be Faction Wars 2.0 in terms of grinded difficulty? I don't know. You'll find out tomorrow. So I'm going to go through each one of the bosses and we're going to kind of prep up for it a little bit. There was somebody that did provide a little bit of a cheat sheet about what to have and what could be useful in terms of bringing. I'm not sure if I'm necessarily agreeing with it, but I will read, and then if it sounds applicable, then I'll be like, yeah, that sounds about right. But I did notice to some of the bosses, they don't have immunity to everything, which I think will probably
be very valuable for a lot of people. So let's see. Drognell, I hope I'm saying it right, the Eternal Gatherer, is one of the bosses you to fight. It's a Affinity Void. He has Baruchis. It's not irresistible or unblockable, so like you can avoid it. 3-turn cooldown on his A2, which is Osteomancy. If I said that right. Place decreased attack and decreased defense. Spine Frost Howl. Attacks all enemies, place a freeze. Steals all turn meter from each target under a freeze. That's annoying. Whenever Drogneel is attacked, has a 40% chance of placing a freeze debuff on the attacker for 1 turn.
Who does that? Is that kind of similar to Frostbiter? Question mark? And then Drogneel and his allies are immune to ignore defense effects. Blech. Reflects 50% of the damage Drogneel receives back to the attacker. Blech. If Drogneel is under an HP burn debuff, will not reflect any damage. Oh. Let's see. Almighty immunity. Stun, freeze, sleep, provoke, block, actives. Wait. Stun, freeze, provoke. What other CC is out there? Let's see what he says here. So according to this, block active skills is not good. Block passive skills doesn't work. I think it covers most of the major CC, no? Yeah, the biggest thing is just going to be burning him, so you don't have to worry about that reflect, because then you kill yourself, right? Honestly, the nod towards the increased res is not bad either, because it doesn't say irresistible anywhere. So, like, with a decent amount of resistance, you'll be fine. Yo, I'm not going to lie. That sounds like a Joanne techies there. I might have to pull out Joanne for this mode. That one seems pretty self-explanatory, though. He's going to have ads, though, which we got to watch out for, because... Or does he not have ads? Hold on, did I read that wrong? And his allies? I wonder what that looks like. I think so, right? Sorry, I'm trying to remember all the bosses by their names and whatnot. I'm mad! What are you doing? Isheth, the Crimson. She's the one who does the... Is it Seal, or is it something else? What does she have? Attacks all enemies, increases the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. Instantly activates 1 more random continuous heal buff on all allies. Okay. She's a healer for 3 turns. Jesus. Instantly activates continuous heal buffs on all allies. Another activation. Attacks all allies, removes all buffs from all enemies. Okay, she's a stripper too. It's a seal. Yeah, it's a seal buff. That's fucking annoying, dude. That's really annoying. And block passives too. Oof. Damage inflicted by Isheth increases by 5% for each buff she is currently under. So it sounds like another round where block buffs is super valuable. She doesn't cleanse anybody, right? Yeah, she doesn't cleanse on her team. Whenever it continues to buff activates on an ally, fills her turn meter by 5%. What is she, fucking Senna? Jesus. Stacking up to 100%, increases her max HP. Oh my god. They're immune to damage dealt based off of enemy max HP. Good. Well, it's not good, but it's annoying. Isheth, this Crimson Siren's ally. You know somebody I think is going to be really valuable in this? And I know this is going to sound kind of troll. But Cock. Cock does so much. My Cock does so much. Yeah, right. Stun, freeze, sleep, provoke. Okay. Block actives, block passives, fear, true fear. Wait. Oh no, he avoids fear. Okay. Never mind. Immune to decreased speed and turn meter reduction effect, excuse me. Damage from HP burn debuffs cannot exceed 1% of the target's max HP. So she has the spider passive, sort of. I mean, that doesn't really bother me too much. She's force affinity, though. So that's going to be kind of interesting. Because I feel like a lot of the champions I would think about using initially are going to be pretty blue-based. Can she be sealed? Kind of looks like it, huh? I don't think that matters for these bosses, but I was just curious. This is actually pretty accurate. No heal reduction immunity, so that's good. You can mitigate a lot of her value of that for her heals, but the activation is when it increases her turn meter and her max HP, so you still have to deal with that a little bit. But I definitely think that block buff is going to be valuable here, so I agree with that. We'll skip Lejeune for last. Maximov is the spirit champion. He's the one that does a lot of poisons. Yeah. Attacks on enemies, increases the duration of all debuffs on each target by 1 turn. Instantly activates 1 poison debuff on each target. Ew. Bringer Desolation attacks all enemies 2 times. The first hit brings a weaken and a poison sends, and then places 3 poison debuffs for 3 turns. My god. Exude Death attacks all enemies, increases the cooldown of all enemy skills by 1 turn. That's toxic. Places poison debuffs on each enemy for 2 turns. The number of poison debuffs placed on each enemy is equal to the number of skills currently on cooldown. Wait. Okay, so the amount of poisons that are going to get placed are going to be based on the amount of skills that are cooldowned. Ugh. This can be blocked, though, right? Yeah, it can be blocked. He has a cleanse for himself, and then he poison clouds. Oh, okay. I see some champions that can be valuable here. Sopherion and Ashtar are going to do pretty well there, I feel like. Yeah, you get a reviver, you get a burner that can place it through the poison cloud. The blessing. I forgot the name of it. It's not Nature's Bounty. It's Neutralize? Yeah, Neutralize has a chance to place debuffs even through weak cloud, poison cloud. But to be honest with you, I don't think a lot of people are going to be inspired to using that ability right off the rip, to be real. To me, it seems like, yeah, you just figure out a way through it, and you don't have to worry about it at all. I feel like Theodosa would be mint there, because then you have protected block buffs, and then you don't give a fuck. Like, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, she'll A3, and then like, she'll cleanse the other debuffs, but then she'll still be under the block buff, and the poison cloud won't go on, and that just opens her up. Yeah, easy peasy. Yeah, and my Theodosa enjoyers are going to enjoy. I love that fight. Yeah. Max amount of the weapon blade is attack, decrease the duration of all buffs on the attacker by 1 turn. If the attack lands a weak hit, decrease the duration of all buffs on the attacker by 2 turns instead. And then fills his turn meter whenever he receives a weak hit. Ugh. Okay, really playing into that poison cloud. And then Forever Weeping, they're immune to poison. Enemies under poison debuffs will receive 100% more damage from poison debuffs whenever Maximaz, the Weeping Blader's allies attacked by an enemy under a poison debuff, decreases the active skill cooldowns of all... Wait. Attacked by an enemy under poison. Okay, I read that. I read that wrong. It'll increase them by 1 turn, basically. Occurs once per skill. Also, instantly activates all poison debuffs on the attacker whenever he or his allies are attacked. Occurs once per skill. So really, if you don't have block debuffs for a lot of these fights, you're going to get cooked. So block debuff is going to be like mandatory in team comps. And then the opportunity to like resist is also going to be pretty present too as well. That's going to be really difficult. Well, I wouldn't say difficult, but like something you have to really, because you have to play with your deck, right? Your deck is going to have the limiter, and that's going to be the thing that you're going to need some redundancy on, I think. That's not too bad though either. I think that's manageable. That sounds manageable. And then mitigation on the enemy max HP hits. Immune to decreased speed and turn meter reduction again. And then it caps on HP burns, which is fine. Torre is the best Bestial Flame. Attacks all enemies 2 times. Each hit has a 50% chance of instantly activating HP burn debuff. If there are no enemies under HP burn, has a 50% chance of decreasing the cooldown of the slash and burn skill by 1 turn. Okay. And then that's okay, Slash and Burn is what puts HP burn on and block actives. Oh my god. So that's another one where having block debuff is very important. Place a counterattack buff on him for 2 turns. Also places a shield buff on him for 2 turns. The value of the shield is equal to 30% of Taraz's max HP. It cannot be removed, but it can be blocked. So good to know. Whenever he is attacked by an enemy under HP burn, extends the duration of that burn by 1 turn per hit received. This isn't an Ashnar fight if I ever saw one, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, this is an Ashnar fight if I ever saw one. Fills it to Raz, but yeah, I said that without an HP burn. Okay, hold on. Fills his turn meter by 20% per hit received whenever he's attacked by an enemy without HP burn. And it will not fill the turn meter if he's also under a freeze debuff, so you can freeze him. Okay. Yeah, he's immune to stun, sleep, provoke, and fear, but no freeze. So freezing is actually going to be pretty pivotal here. And then enemies under HP burn debuffs will receive 100% more damage from HP burn debuffs. Oh no, from HP burn debuff. Okay, yeah, that's actually not too bad. The healing their allies by 2% whenever an HP burn debuff is activated is very Ashnar oriented. So I think Ashnar will be good here, but you don't want to play into him burning. You want to play into his passive getting value, which means you just go damage with him and let him cook. And then you can also bring a freeze champion. Who'd be good into that? I got the and this guy actually would be stonks, I think, for faction, or not this faction, but the Grim Forest. There's a lot of versatility. He could be a damage dealer, he could be a block debuff champion, increased speed, and then you get the freezies. That's actually, I think Fiora's going to see some shining here. Damn, we're going to have to actually give him a legitimate build. Interesting. Okay. Damage from skills that scale based off of enemy max HP cannot exceed 5% of the boss's max HP when attacking. Okay. So basically, they're trying to get people away from the whole cheesy comps that you can do. So, like, enemy max HP hits are kind of mitigated. What else is there? Burn comps, poison comps. There's a lot of comps that seem to be getting like minimized from these passive effects that the boss have. And then of course I think you can fight every single one of these with LeShun, right? If you don't kill them prior to going against this guy. And then what does this guy have to offer? Void. Attacks all enemies. The damage received by targets under an entangle debuff is reduced by 50. A champion under an entangle debuff will not receive any positive effects from their allies, including buffs, and will not have their turn meter passively increased. When placed, a champion receiving the entangle debuff will have all of their buffs removed, but can still receive additional debuffs. The entangle debuff has no duration and therefore cannot have its duration increased or decreased. The entangle debuff cannot also be spread to other champions. You can only remove an entangle debuff by actively filling the champion's turn meter up to 100%. That's annoying. Yeah, that's annoying. Gloomwrecker. 4-turn cooldown. Attacks all enemies before attacking. Removes all debuffs from LeShun, the entangled one, and removes all buffs from all enemies. So he cleanses himself and then he strips us. That's annoying. The damage inflicted by this skill and the amount of defense ignored against each target is increased by 5 per each buff and debuff removed. Okay. Okay. Ugh. Attacks all enemies under an entangle debuff. Decreases each target's turn meter by 30%. Why does he remind me of Androck? Without the entanglement. Attacks all enemies under an entangle debuff. Decreases each target's turn meter by 30%. 30% is a lot. If there are no enemies under an entangle debuff, attacks the enemy with the highest speed. Places a protected entangle debuff. Protected? This debuff cannot be evaded, redirected, or to another target, or resisted. It can be blocked, and it will also ignore Stone Skin. Okay, it can be blocked, though. So that's good to know. God, that's so cancerous. And it's going to be based on the highest speed champion, too. How interesting. Sublimate Life. Places a protected entangle debuff on the enemy with the highest speed. Also places a siphon debuff on the enemy with the highest speed for 3 turns. These debuffs cannot be evaded, redirected to another target, resisted, or blocked. God, they're really punishing speed boosters here, huh? Also ignore Stone Skin and Taunted. Oh my god. You have to have block debuff up. Wow. That's scary. That's scary, dude. The Undead Rag Champ is an ignores to Poison Cloud. Are you talking about Gaspard? Oh yeah, he does like ignore Poison Cloud. Yeah. There's other people I think that also ignore Poison Cloud too as well. I don't know if I have any of them, though. To be honest with you, I don't really care about the ignore Poison Cloud aspect for Hydra. Mm-mm. Yeah, I don't see any. Go for it. I guess so. I guess so. But it's not like he... Let me see what he does. I never really paid attention to that champion like that. I heard he could do decent damage, though. This is his big nuke, too, isn't it? He's a defensive nuker? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe it could be useful. Yeah. He's also void, too, which makes it a little bit nicer. But, I mean, the boss is void, so it doesn't really matter. Affinity conversations. 5% of stat value siphoned from the debuff producer, except ignore defense. Each time the debuff producer takes a turn, an additional 5% of the stats will be stolen, stacking up to 50%. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think you want to fight this boss with other bosses in play. And he also has the mitigation effects too as well. High awakening bonuses are going to be very vital here. I honestly don't feel like any of these things are like overly complicated. Block debuffs, increase res is true. There's one that can be frozen and the other one can be burned. Let me pull this up. Shamail's not a bad nod, I guess, to this fight, so you can avoid the fear. Because then he cleanses it, right? There it is. Place of true fear, yeah. Yeah, all enemies without entangled debuff for 1 turn. So yeah, he'd be pretty valuable there. So I'm okay with that too. But yeah, I feel like these 2 debuffs are going to be pretty staple. Protection as a set bonus to do what? To avoid strips is good. Sure. Sure. You know somebody that I remember against bosses. Where is he at? Elatrion. Yeah, so if the boss is present in the current round, the buff is protected. Yo, is it time to bring out Elatrion? No shot. Is mine built? Oh my god, he's not. He's booked, though. I just need to build him up, but he's actually technically ready. Oh shit, okay, hold up. Might as well, right? Do I have a blessing for this guy? I think I do, actually. Oh my god, I do. Nice. So that'll be an easy grab. Yeah, that'll be an easy grab. I kind of feel like some of these aren't really that it doesn't sound too bad, to be honest with you. Now, they can be annoying, though. Like, if it really depends on how, like, the whole deck system works, to be honest with you, I think. You may need some rerolls and all that stuff like that to get to the finish line. I think that's gonna be like the most important thing for sure. This song relates to you because you did not pull Gala. This song relates to you because you farmed a bunch of Fire Knight and Speed Gear, and you probably got shit for it. Shut up. 40 champions is a lot though for sure. Yeah, you can get some good overlap if your champion pool's pretty solid. Yeah, you got some good. Yeah, you got some good options. I think. To be honest with you, I might end up having like all my mythicals get built out just to be prepared for it. Because they cover a lot, you know? Yeah, actually. Shit. That boy needs therapy. Just put in my guess, should I pull my soul stones? If yes, do you want to for me? No. And probably not. I know you have all my turtles now in Good Savage. And my Donnie went from 290 speed to 320, so a bit upgrade, so Hawk 2 on you. They go that slow? Brother, don't feel the fire, bro. You know I'm playing, right? You know I'm playing. I'm playing. Fuck off, I'm mid-game. You started it, motherfucker. What do you mean? You can't be mad at me that I got the clap back ready, you know? Shit, if it's releasing tomorrow, you think we just go ahead and pull the trigger on a team here? How are we looking for Chimera? Pretty decent win. Do. Oh, what the fuck happened over here? Jesus. I think I'm probably gonna do a half and half. I think that might be the smart play this round. Yeah. Let me gear up for Nightmare Chimera. I need some Starstone anyways, actually. Titus round 2. This was auto though, so I legitimately don't have to do anything if it works well. Keywords, it works well enough. I still don't want to move my relic over to him though at the moment. You know, I am championing in the beninging, I'm championing. Holy fuck! I actually can't talk today. Getting Plarium to re-release old relics. I've been bugging them about it, but like, yo, what about older relics that have already existed in the game? Stuff like Stars is super broken, but not everybody got access to it. Like, can we see that in the future again, or no? And I got promptly ignored. Feels good, man. There's some truth there, actually. I didn't get a response. I didn't get an official response, at least. Rama. Rama! I'm missing one. Who is it? Cinna. Don't bring out Gala if you don't want the sauce back from Soul. That's right. I'll put my pee-pee on you. Wait, hold on. I see where I went wrong. Hold up. We want our graders, really? Don't let Super hear that. You about to get 3% in now? No, don't say that. Don't say that. I thought about changing out Ramontu for Lydia. I don't know how I feel about it though, because I think I would have to change the blessing over at that point if I'm going to do that, so I can get more uptime on the, what's it called? I'm brain farting. If I wanted more uptime on the Ram side. I'm just going for damage anyways. It's fine. Any mythical mats on Nightmare Ram? Not really. Not with the way this team is designed, no. I'd have to redesign it to try to get it for the left side. Yeah. And no HP burn on the team also makes that kind of like poopy. And then you get cooked out of Lion side because of no block D, I think, right? Yeah, there's no block D. So no, not really, besides the Ram side. I guess Ram, yeah, but eh. I'm not changing the team for that. I'll be honest with you. It wouldn't be too hard to plug and play, though, I would assume. So I think I have a Feral build for Lydia. Should do decrease defense weaken, block actives, and then poison sensitivity. That's what, 4? The occasional fear on A1 for Ram for 5. Me? I guess. But then you lose out on some too as well. So I guess there's that as well. I don't know. The only one that to me kind of seems a little bit difficult to kind of rationalize would be the strip side. But to be honest, I'd have to tune the team up a lot more differently to get consistency of the shield maintaining on the team, which is kind of not what this team is designed to do. It's only supposed to maintain it for the one that matters, which is Titus. Yeah. Armand, did you do both of your runs already on Ultra Nightmare for Chimera? I don't know if you ever answered my question earlier. You did? Okay. Interesting. Oof, unlucky. He at least survived, though, so I guess there's that. I need that boy to zoomies, though, if he's going to cook something. Because as of right now, that boy about to get clapped again. Nah, he's fast enough. He should be able to cycle. Especially with the boosties. Yeah, there you go. Kind of feels bad that the whole premise of this boss is just literally whether or not you kill yourself. I'm not a big fan of reflect bosses. I know that's weird to say. Not really. I'm not a fan of it. I'll just say it like that. I'm not a fan of it. That's why I'm low-key kind of excited for the Goblino, which I didn't look at those two either. The Mimic and the Goblin. Let me pull them up real quick. Damn, I don't remember which one it was under though. It's not that one. It's not that one either. Oh, I don't think I actually got it. Hold on. That's the wrong one. You were never meant to be. Have you guys seen the Mimic and all that stuff too? Does he look like he's super difficult? I know the Mimic is like a pop-up one, right? Technically same with the Goblino. This motherfucker has like a fucking page. Oh my lord. Attacks all enemies has a 50% chance of stealing one random buff from each enemy. Okay. That's fine. Attacks all enemies, places a decreased speed, debuff, and a decreased attack enemy on all enemies for 2 turns. Steals 30% of target enemy. Cannot be resisted by targets under any spell. This effect cannot be resisted by any targets under buffs. He gains additional layers of HP beyond their max HP. Cannot be removed, still and have the duration increased. Receives damage while under goblet play levels. Their first applies to the layers first. Basically an extra shield. So straight after receiving that amount of damage, when a gold player is destroyed, fighters will receive damage equal to the value of that layer, and other players will receive a portion of that damage too. Any surplus damage to a gold plate is dealt directly to his HP. He places 5 layers of gold plate. Each layer is equal to 10% of his max HP. Whenever a layer is destroyed, deals damage to Phygrius. Is that how you say name is? I like the way he looks. The swag is kind of nasty. Fills his turn meter for each time a gold plate layer is destroyed, while under gold players he cannot evade. Okay. 24 Carrot Thief. Has a 10% chance of evading an enemy skill, and all of its accompanying effects increases Phygrius' speed by 5, and chance to evade by 2 each turn he is under at least 1 plate. Stacking up to plus 200? Jesus. And then he's immune to CC, right? Stun, freeze, sleep, provoke, fear, petrify, yeah. Damn. And then he can't be enemy max HP, and he can't be decreased speed, and burns do minimized damage. That's not as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, he doesn't seem too bad. It just seems like you got to be able to manage some of the damage you intake, kind of like a reflect almost again, right? Yeah, just straight after receiving that amount of damage, when a gold plate layer is destroyed, Phrygius, will receive damage equal to the value of the gold plate layer. Yeah, I wonder what the value is, and enemies will also receive a portion of that damage. I wonder what that portion is like too. But that's the only thing that you got to worry about is basically the redirect damage of that portion, and that's pretty much it, right? I don't know if he hits hard or not either. That might be another thing too. That's not too bad. If it doesn't go through any passive mitigator stuff or whatever, that's going to be fairly easy to just tank up for, and you got it, right? And this guy, you think Mimic is just a heal reduction in Slam? Is he the one that's like you damage check? Attacks on enemies deals pure damage equal to 5% of the target's max HP for each buff on them. Has a 50% chance of placing a decreased attack debuff on for 2 turns. Okay. Places a stun debuff for 1 turn. Will attack all remaining enemies if stun debuff was in place. And then he decreased the turn meter of all enemies without a stun by 30%. That's annoying. Feeding time. Summons a mini mimic to the battle who ingests the enemy with the highest crit damage for 4 turns. Mimic's HP is equal to 20% of the Mimic's HP. Its defense is equal to 70% and it has the same res. The start of the Mimic's turn, the Mini Mimic deals damage equal to 25% of the target's current HP. After 4 turns, or when the Mini Mimic is defeated, the champion is returned to battle and the Mimic leaves the battle. Okay. Only 1 can be transferred into the Mini Mimic at any time. That's not too bad. It's like a mini ingest, but not the exact same way as Hydra. He spits you out eventually, but like 4 turns is lock and key until you can break him out. Interesting. Interesting. And then no more than 1 mini mimic at any time. Okay. For every 3 buffs the enemy team receives, decreases the cooldown of feeding time. Okay. By 1 turn. And then if it's not, then he heals up by 25% of his HP if there's a mimic already out. A mini mimic, excuse me. Stun, freeze, sleep, provoke, fear, petrify. Yeah, he's pretty much immune to everything. And then return meter reduction effects are reduced by half. And the same as the other ones. Okay. So heal reduction and just slam, huh? That's a good point. The only thing that's kind of weird is the mini mimic eating, but 20% of the boss's max HP depends on how tanky the boss is in general. And for what I remember seeing when I watched Scratch's video, there's different areas. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So there's different areas, and I think there's different levels of difficulty, right? If I saw that correctly. Oh, shit. Wrong button. 250 here, 275. 250, 220, 275. I saw one Mimic that was red. I'm trying to remember where I saw that he may have, like, skimmed around a little bit more. He was trying to get into the secret area, but he couldn't. Or the purple area. I want to see, like, if it scales, like, depending on the area is what I'm trying to figure out. I think it does, if I see it correctly. Still fights again. 250. I know he activates a trap one again somewhere down in the video as he's, like, moving around. 275. Okay, there you go. And that one's void. So you do have to be a little bit conscious about, like, some of the fight options you deal with. I need better force snookers on foot. Yeah, 220 to 250. I think that's the same area though, no? And then he kind of briefly shows the one boss there just for a little teaser. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I think I have a good idea of how I'm going to approach this, to be honest. Yeah. You think Morgan and Leminski? Can't talk. This should be an easy pop, yeah. It's super unfortunate that I don't have like a burn champion or like that I can put in there and play. But c'est la vie. Because that'd be like an easy grab, you know? Everyone should have a 5-star Leminski if they had if they're recent enough players, so it'll just be a solid ad for sure. Yeah. I like the idea of Morgan because she can also steal buffs too, which is kind of nice. The decreased speed is kind of mitigated though. It kind of seems like a lot of the bosses are immune to it, so her A1's kind of less valuable. Talk about Morgan, not Leminski. I don't remember Leminski's kit. Yeah, projected healing reduction is key for her. Yeah, yeah. Does the Mimic cleanse himself at any point? It doesn't seem like it. So to be honest with you, it seems like you can kind of just maintain it. I feel like there's going to be a lot of ways you can abuse these bosses, man. The world is our oyster on that one, dude. That's what it feels like for me. Yeah, I'm not against it. I have a Morgan. She is built. God, I remember when I went for her. I was literally in Puerto Rico when I was farming for Morgan. If I remember correctly. I was in Puerto Rico at the time. That's how you know. That's how you know the raid grind's real. I'm on vacation. I'm still farming. Sheesh. Got to do some cool content with her, too. With the whole nether spider fight. I'm watching to make sure that he doesn't lose. Like the most two important ones is just the shield ones, really. This one in particular is a hard one to lose. The one in the first one, 'cause that's the set bonus. I can replenish the other one, but losing that one kind of feels bad, you know. But we're kind of schmoovin'. I got what, 5 in total right now. This team I need to revisit, to be honest with you guys. This is one of those teams that it has the foundation for it, but I gotta really work on improving some extra stuff. Like I can probably pick up a lot more speed for these guys in terms of damage and banking into Androx's passive a bit more. Yeah. I could probably even rebuild Titus too for more output as well, since he, when I built this team, he didn't have the amount of resistance that, he didn't have the blessing actually. Oh no, he still doesn't, never mind, I lied. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I might actually see if I can start stream a little bit earlier. I'm gonna debate on this a little bit because like it depends on my schedule. I got a couple things I need to take care of tonight, and I don't know how long that's gonna keep me up, but depending on how that looks, I may or may not be able to get in there. We'll see. I believe if it releases tomorrow, I'll try to see if we can set up some time for it. But if it releases out later, then I'll try to make sure. We'll see. I'll adjust as I need to. But how would you guys feel about like an early stream? An earlier stream by like maybe a couple hours? I'm excited for the idea of it. After a rain. I'll be working away, so I'll be there. Sure. Okay. If you let me, here's what I'll do. I'll take care of you. It's my birthday. I'll get high if I want to. I'm down. I might not be there right away. We'll be job hunting most of the morning. Ooh. Seeking employment, huh? Was better than you trying to talk shit about me. No, at least stop. Oh, yeah, dude. Actually. Ask Lightning for a spot at Mickey D's. You are Canadian, Lupo. Plug. Imagine Lupo trying to do stuff under Lightning as a manager. Monka W, dude. I know your online persona. You better promote me. All I hear is Lightning in the background. But right. Actually, that's funny. Imagine. Oh. I forgot he had the redirect still active, so like all the debuffs that got placed just got literally almost placed back onto Ramontu. Monka W. I thought about going live in the AM, but undecided. If you want to, that is your choice. If you let me, I'd rather die all. What you hear from him is 6-7 and him inhaling a massive amount of smoke from his vape. So apparently, according to him, Lightning is a lot more responsible when he's not online. But when he's online, he's chronically a degen. His words, not mine. Yeah, you know, you can ask his parents for confirmation or some shit. XD squiggly line. I'm a different person off the internet. I'm still not too terrible over here. True. I am the same. I am literally the exact same person. Just less. Hey, how's it going? You know, it's like it's more like I'm more relaxed. I mean, y'all hear me in the Discord, bro. I'm just chilling. Every now and then I throw my little talk shit because somebody wants to act right against me. You know what I'm saying? Like Crafty, I'd be like, "Oh, this is fun content." Like Crafty is such a instigator. I know you're listening in too, you motherfucker. I love you, Crafty. But Crafty is such an aggravator, instigator. Cause like my boy Matsu one day was working his ass off trying to find a W, right? And he got frustrated. As anybody who's trying to make progress does, right? And all you hear in the background is, "Don't you just love Raid's best content? That purple boss is the shit, isn't he?" And it's like, you motherfucker, shut the fuck up. That's what I think in the back of my head. Shut the fuck up. Like, what are you doing? Why are you trying to piss him off? And like Amatsu trying to be the Chad that he is like, you know, "Oh, it's all good. I know he means no foul by it." And I'm like, nah, I'd have slapped his ass. Like, if I lived with the Crafty, we would have fought already a couple times. I would have had to uppercut him for my own sanity. You know what I mean? I love those boys, man. I love both of them. They're good peoples. Perfectly imperfect. Pull up to the window, the first window. 6-7. Yeah, I know, right? I actually don't think I don't think Lightning's like that. I think it's just because everybody eggs him on in Discord. He acts like that. Crowd pleaser over there. I'm basically the same online, and in the person just more chill. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. I don't talk as much. I'm chilling. Believe it or not, I'm actually a lot more happier with just having people present for the Discord sessions, just chilling. Even if we don't even talk, I have learned to be comfortable like hanging out with people in silence. I know that sounds weird. I know that's a lost art or whatever, but like I legitimately think that like I could just hang out with people in Discord, even if it's, you know, fucking off and shit, and just like they're doing their own thing. We could be watching the same stream, just giggling every now and then. That I'm perfectly okay with that. It does not bother me one fucking bit. I feel bad that I'm not talking when people are in there, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm supposed to be keeping the jokes rolling and this, that, and the other, and I'm like, sometimes I just want to chill, dog. Just enjoy. Sometimes I just enjoy the silence. I know that's weird to say, but like, actually, it don't bother me a damn bit. Back at high school, and I worked the drive-thru at Taco Bell. Man, it was easy fucking with people. Elaborate. What do you mean by fuck with people? Because Taco Bell already fucks with your bowels enough as it is, bro. We don't need the fade, you know what I mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Oh my god, he lost his buffs. This is way too early, too. Oh my god, talk about an unlucky strip. Yeah, that's too soon. Go for it. Honestly, I joined the Discord cause to just chill and hang out. Yeah, that's how I like it, man. To be honest with you, I know not everybody's gonna get along with everybody for the most part, but like, if people don't have issues being able to navigate through that like peacefully or whatnot, stay to your own devices. But I wanted to be always an open area where people could just come in and just chill. The only thing I would ever ask for is just, yo, what's up? Hey guys, and then I don't care if you don't say shit afterwards. So I mention somebody just to get them involved so that they don't feel left out. But like, if you're just like, hey, I'm just vibing, bro. Hey, say less, dog. I told you. Fuck you. Why you put bad juju on me? I might just let this run. I'm pretty much at the point where like we're winding down now, so I don't think you guys care to watch me do the same run. That's like for. Did he just get 3% again, dude? Motherfucker. I blame you, Amon. It's your fault. All right, we're good now. I got people on my payroll. You have better luck than Soul, your Titus keys. Normally, it's a one tap, which is the ironic thing. I think it's just because I'm live right now. People, like the raids being all promiscuous and shit. But like, when it comes to my Titus keys, I'm normally one tapping. Like one run and I got what I wanted out of it. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and clear out, boys. I hope you guys all enjoyed today's stream. Hate to be a little bit more on the quicker side here, but I am going to try to see if everything kind of paints out the way I think it is. I will be, I'll see about going live early tomorrow. We'll see. I don't want to make any hard promises, but if you're not in the Discord, this is a great time to be in there so that you know whenever we're going live. Make sure you get your roles and you know, you read the rules, all that good stuff, so that you kind of have a good idea of anything we got going on, so you can see everything, obviously. With that being said, I will be live again tomorrow. We'll probably get into some Grim Force shenanigans. Hopefully, I'll get all my other stuff out of the way. I probably might do my Chimera stuff tonight just to finish everything out, and then we'll dedicate pretty much the next couple days specifically for Grim Force. So we'll try to focus on that. Anyways, with that being said, give your families, give it close with some love, and always remember,
stay ascended.
I'll see you later.